to another night of OWCS Japan. I said welcome. That was not in the mic if you didn't hear. But I'm here with G-Clef. I'm G-Clef with Wolf. Sorry, the welcome part wasn't in the mic, so got a little off. But it's going to be an exciting night. Japan, they had 1 day of the new patch, and after that, some of the teams actually didn't play with the newest patch. And also the hotfix on the Tracer Ilari. We'll explain that a little bit afterwards again. And we're back with all the teams now have to play on the new patch. Of course, Juno not allowed, so it'll be another exciting night of Japan today.
Yeah, it should be. I do think, obviously, before I get into talking about the matchups today, we have some viewership incentives. There's only a few days left, about less than a week, 6 days
3
left.
days. It's 26, Wolf.
Wait, it's 26?
So you have technically 4 days.
I don't even know what day it is, G-Club. It's going to be a tough day. You can't say welcome. When you say welcome, it gets cut off, and then you got spaced out. Then I'm like, today's August 23rd. I'm in the past.
You're living in the past.
I'm living in the past.
A few days passed by already, Wolf.
People say that about me a lot. Wolf lives 3 days in the past. He just never knows what time it is.
So you only have about 3.5. I don't know if that's Eastern time 29th or the Western time 29th until 29th of August. But you only have 3 days. If you haven't got all of it, I don't know what you've been doing so far, but you should have all of it by now. If you don't, I think you have still plenty of time.
Yeah, you got a few days of Overwatch Japan here to watch. You could watch the other regions, and you know we never say not to, but obviously this is the superior broadcast to watch. All of Asia, including Pacific. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of cool icons and stuff. We've been talking about it for the last few weeks. Tune in, get them, link your accounts, because if you don't link your accounts, you're like, I'm watching, but for some reason it didn't show up my Battle.net account. I don't know what's going on. You got to link your account.
You have to. If you go to inventory, you just can't claim it if you don't have it linked.
So we do have some matchups today that could, in theory, be very one-sided. I do think today is not one of the more exciting days of Overwatch, but when you look at what matchups we have, that also means we have huge opportunities, right, for upsets. Like, if you end up being one of the underdog teams today to take a win, it's a very super valuable win for you. Even every map you take does matter. That being said, you know, we have Telomere playing today. We do have somewhat shaky REVATI taking on Varrel. And then Namekuji brothers against Lazuli. Lazuli looking really on point right now. Does feel like those three matchups have clear favorites, and we'll get into that a little bit later on.
Yeah, we certainly do have favorites, but if there's any hiccup, because the middle pack right now, currently, I believe the second, third, fourth, they're on the same win-loss, some map differential. So even if you win, you have to grab the maximum. If you drop one map, that might actually come to bite you at the end. We only have 3 more days of regular round robin for Japan, so we'll see. It does seem like Insomnia will just staple themselves in that top first place spot, but I think it's a battle for the second now for Japan.
Yeah. Insomnia really just have cemented themselves as this dive-heavy team that has one composition they're really good at. They master it. They run it. Doesn't even matter what map it is. They can win on it. And if you can be the team that can win with a strat, no matter where you're playing, no matter what the situation is, you can clutch, then you know what? Who cares about flexibility of composition? You could just win everything, and then you could win OWCS Japan, or at least regular season.
At least regular season of round robin, and also the patch from Korea yesterday, and also in EMEA. A few other regions been running some more Sojourn, unlike Runasapi, and some of the maps where you have to fight some neutral. But to be honest, it wasn't really as powerful compared to like Stage 1, the early 2024, or even the end of 2023. She's really high skill gap hero, but the railgun decrease, that nerf really hit her big. Even if you have a lot more energy, I don't think she's still as powerful. Even with that overclock on, we've seen a lot of those moments where you still get dominated by the Winston a lot, just last night and this morning in Korean time. So maybe when Japan has been running some more Sojourn on top of the patch just for day 1 immediately after the patch. So we'll see what the other teams are going to be bringing. So as you said, Insomnia, their meta, their picks will still be very strong. Yeah. Unless you can have like an absolute massive Cassidy day, I don't think anyone can actually break them at the moment.
It's tough in Japan right now in terms of the players that we have that are good at Cassidy. Here's our format for the overview of Stage 2. Of course, we are in the OWCS Japan portion of this. After the Open, winners, of course, going to the Asia Finals. Here are our teams, and not in standings order, but the participating teams that we do have. Telomere is still struggling at the moment, but you know, maybe today's the day. We always say maybe today's the day. It might not be, but I'm hoping for their sake that potentially it is. MFC is still on the edge of relevance, right? I feel like their 1-4 scoreline is a little bit related to their inability to be flexible in this meta. Unlike Insomnia, they're kind of running similar comps every map and struggling. Map pool here is unchanged from previous weeks.
Yep, again, the first map control is selected by the team up. And since after that, we go into loser pick, picks the mode, map, and the side all together. So you have a lot higher chance of coming back into the best first of 3. But even with that, hasn't been able to do so for a lot of the teams. But as you talked about Telomere, which we'll have very soon, I believe in our first match, they already got 1 point. I believe that was Circuit Royale. And wasn't that their goal for the entire season? Just get 1 point?
Yeah, so it only goes up from here. It only goes up from here. And yeah, I haven't taken a map just yet, sadly, for them. They're 0-4, -12, but still a learning and growing experience. Every team will play 7 matches, and Insomnia has already qualified themselves for our seeding decider. They are going to playoffs. Where they go, you know, and how deep they go is yet to be decided, but as you can see, they are 5-0, by far our most dominant team.
Yes, the top 4 goes straight into the seeding decider. No one gets knocked out from the seeding decider. It'll be a battle between them to get the seeding if they actually contest, and we will remain on top 1, 2, 3, 4 as it is. Or as you can see, there are some ties, which I don't think that's a real tie, but disregard the graphics there. And if you go on the right side, LCQ, they have to climb from the bottom, and the bottom 7th and 8th, they will only have 1 chance. So it's not technically a double elimination. So, but 5, 6, they will have second life on top of when they have to go against each other.
Yeah, I think it is technically a tie with Lazuli and Nam, even though Nam have that extra loss. They played so much more dominantly in their wins that they actually have the same game score right now. So Lazuli, obviously, with any win, will pass them. With any loss, will fall behind. But they haven't played as many games yet, so it's hard to quantify, you know, is that really a tie or not? But I think technically speaking, we go from wins and then map score, and losses aren't really a factor until later on. As here are matchups. So like I said, we have MFC against Telomere. That one should be a pretty dominant win for MFC, but have looked a little bit shaky as of late. Telomere, I think, could prepare some cool strats here. Lazuli against Namekuji brothers. Namekuji brothers, we were a little bit high on them early on in the season, but they have not been able to live up to it. They're definitely an upgraded roster from last season, but just have not been able to find consistency, whereas Lazuli is arguably, could be on their best day, our second best team. And then Varrel versus REVATI, our second place team currently against a team that is still very strong, and I think on their best day, again, could be a top 3 team, but have been struggling as of late, not finding their footing in this meta.
Yeah, I do like the fact that Varrel seems to be back in their form. Not all the way, but after the first week, which was very wonky, I've never seen Varrel playing that week in a similar meta. It was not like the day after a big patch. They still could play the old heroes. They still had the same players, but it was just a weird day for Varrel. And after that, they've been fine. I think Ravati should be very heavily favored for Varrel. But I'm actually really... I'm focusing on the first match, because this is the match. Telomere might actually get a lot more than a single point. MFC, because they do run a lot of similar comps in all maps, basically, there are some weaknesses. There are clear weaknesses that you can't point fingers at. So I think if Telomere, if they've done the studies from the last week, I think we might... There's a potential for the first map win for them.
Yeah, I do think you're right, especially when you consider that Tayo, who's, by the way, starting support today, Aoki Gahara will be in the DPS role.
Oh, yes.
Tayo has been playing almost exclusively Mei in their last few games, and I think long range you could absolutely outclass. But Aoki Gahara is a very strong player, has a lot of long-range hit scan heroes in his repertoire, including the Widowmaker he has highlighted here. Tayo also puts the Widowmaker in his slot when he's in DPS, but maybe this gives them some added flexibility that they really need. Romani's been great when he's playing the Ramatra, when they're playing those really, like, I don't want to call it phalanx, but near phalanx compositions, and then also he's been really good when he has been playing the Junker Queen, which I think has been his best hero so far this season. But again, not a lot of flexibility there. I want to see Winston. I want to see some more traditional dive comps from this team. And we're so far not seeing it, but with Tayo on the Ana today, maybe that could potentially be the case.
Yep, had Tayo switching over. So it's without the Scream, it's just MFC. That is it, MFC. Didn't have Scream last week, and with the role swap, they don't look as powerful, even compared to before. I think the Tayo swap might have been last-minute change. We don't actually know exactly, but of course, after having that many times, that many games in practice on the different role, I think the swap really came. It didn't really favor them as much, especially when they were fighting against Insomnia last week. But since they're fighting against Telomere today, maybe it could be a different story.
Yep, same roster for Telomere that we've been watching all season long. They only have 5 players, a high school squad that did qualify through that Sony tournament. So here they are. Amatero, Sora, Pete, or Pete, as he's technically called, but we don't call him that. Hinasaku and Shizuku, so a very strong lineup of players, right? In terms of the amateur scene, they were the most dominant team there. They have a lot of potential, hoping that maybe in this series it could be realized. But with this swap-up of Tayo playing support, maybe some of the strategies they prepared might not necessarily be as relevant, so they'll have to really adapt on the fly.
I'm wondering if Telomere actually prepared some more Pharah. I know Amatero did play lots of Echo, and if you play Echo, you're usually the one playing Pharah. Not all the case, but especially because these players are very young, less experienced. Might swap. Sora seemed a lot better on Genji and there's tracers, some other hit scans, and PP also. If you have been having practice on the ball, I think one of the ball play. Depending on the control map, could be a lot better with the para, with the tracer. Pharah has been the strongest right now in the meta. So if they have been practicing and watching the other regions, practicing what's strongest, what's Korea thinking, what's the other regions thinking, I think they can actually deliver a lot more today.
I'm starting to wonder if the control map pool is just a lie, just a fabrication, just to appease me.
It's actually just when you're on the desk.
It's just to appease me. It's to to make Wolf think that maybe there
Samoa
are other
stars.
maps than Samoa.
Hey Wolf, it was Nepal, Samoa, Lijiang, Nepal yesterday for Korea.
Yeah, but if I wasn't there, does it even matter, G-Clip? It's always Samoa in Japan. I don't know why. We've seen a lot on this map. Obviously, a huge opportunity here for REVATI, or sorry, not REVATI, REVATI later on, because they'll play on Samoa too. But for Telomere to shine.
What if they don't? Remember that we hear the dubstep. Should be going into that soon. There's the graphics. MFC versus Telomere, first match of the night of week 3. Let's get in. This is Japan.
All eyes on Aokigahara. Will he be playing the new Sojourn that's had a bit of a resurgence? Will he be playing Cassidy? Or is it going to be Reaper?
Reaper, yes. Some sides of Reaper yesterday, especially with Kiriko, with Kitsune Rush, Reaper's output is just crazy a lot in your face, especially when you're dealing with the Winston, not even the Winston, just the deep back, because the back line got a lot of health decreases. Reaper actually does so much in the meta.
If you also have a robust front line, it's really strong with the healing output of Kiriko. Like, it works really well with him, and the cleanse from the Suzu is actually really strong to keep Reaper in the fray so he can lifesteal his way to longer fights. Telomere's comp is a bit of a weird one. Running the Junker Queen Genji, that's fine, but the Cassidy aspect of this perhaps kind of making it look like they expected some sort of other dive
here.
Yeah,
I think so. I think they expected the Pharah dive.
Yeah.
Everyone except for the Pharah diving in, and not really switching comp because they will lose the first cap if they do so. So with the Reaper, this is the total dive from MFC. With the commanding shout should be coming in. Ooh, what a headshot to start with! We'll pay double inside, and they're getting more contested. Roman is still safe with the healing. Yeah. Should come up better for MFC here.
And I feel like Reaper's identity after a long time was kind of the let's ult. That's going to be what we're focused on, using the Death Blossom to actually win team fights, but not actually as relevant in current meta. It's actually just his damage output and his stickiness on the point. So him dying early like that won't really cost MFC that much, as Aokigahara can show back up to the point here, even with only building 20% of charge. And in we go. Aokigahara once again super low.
And quickly coming in with the new skin, the Anubis, looking real good. Aokigahara also with the sound. And also, if you lose to Lucio early on like that, you can't run away. That's another thing. And Genji maybe, but Cassidy is just left alone. Not much cover. There's no Ana. There's no Brig. So MFC is just having a great time with a commanding shout, working a lot better. So Sora ends up changing into Varrel.
Yeah, gonna swap over to that, and that's a really good answer to the Reaper. I think it's very smart, but they might just be in trouble here out of spawn. No chance to regroup. Rampage.
Yep, instantly Suzu'd by Shizuku. Well done, but the teamfight already lost even without that Rampage. Seems like that was even somewhat unnecessary for MFC. They really kind of had the team kill.
And you know, I talked about the Reaper not being necessarily reliant on the ult in this meta. He is outranged by this Pharah, by this Cassidy. Very easy to focus him down. But with the hunkered up position that MFC now have, plus the fact that they have both ultimates here to empower Aokigahara, his ult can be extremely impactful in a situation like this. If he gets to charge it before they win the match.
Shout. This much. Brothere, but Killa does go down in the meantime. And no sound barrier available from Hinisaku is a big tool. And NFC probably didn't even have to use his own. A bit of a stagger
go
here.
next.
Take me down, please. Eventually it does go down, but it's already at 92%. Can anyone come and touch? Lucio?
Cut him off with the Death Blossom.
Yeah, got in caught with the waves. Should be able to touch at least, but will he pay his life for it? He does. And there's no extra tool. No sound barrier for this fight. Oh, MFC, they do, and no one actually touching in time.
Bye. Okay, this is bye with that pulse bomb. Well, it was a very cool composition from Telomere, the swap, once they actually moved on to the Pharah. I thought that was really smart. Obviously, the Cassidy is going to outrange the Reaper, but they just had problems getting control of the neutral. They had problems actually grouping, and then they just kept getting cut off at spawn. Some really nice flank angles from Romani, and they got cut down. Death Blossom not important. And something to consider, I didn't really think about this, but this may just be MFC giving Aokigahara more playtime because they're playing against Telomere today, a relatively easy opponent compared to the rest of the tournament. So you could just take this opportunity to be like, look, you've been sitting on the bench, come in, have some fun with us, play Reaper. Why not? It is going to be a Reaper comp again. Now this time on Volcano, way more powerful actually, and very difficult to punish with range.
It's been a lot more Mei focused, but some teams did switch into Reaper. And you see Killa on the side for Madi. Picks early up in the face, and Aokigahara just from the side, doing massive work again and again. Telomere, even with Venture, I don't think Venture was actually poking from the side much, and lost their placement first against MFC. So I think Telomere really has to focus on their positioning first, and then work around. Even they're losing the ground.
I'm gonna swap over to Ramatra. I'd love to see, you know, the first-person view of Sora in some of these fights and like the angles he does want to take, because he has a big opportunity to dive the support line here with this front-facing Reaper that ends up kind of being a pseudo-tank. Romani is going to be the focus here instead, however, being healed up by Shizuku. Frogger just gunning them down.
Yeah, Lucio does so much more damage now.
It's crazy.
It is actually insane.
You and I were talking about this when the patch notes got announced. I was like, this actually seems really busted for good Lucio players.
30% buff.
Yeah, it's actually massive.
I think? Yes.
Players like Violet, you know, are absolutely going to have a field day with this. Frogger is no exception. And now MFC upwards of 50% here. No great tools for Telomere. Aokigahara watching these flanks. If he can catch some slow-paced supports, could be really punishing, as Amatero just doesn't have any line of sight.
Telomere has to be a little fast. I would like them to see go a little faster on the rotation, always getting caught. First rush coming from Tayo. One gets caught. Not a nice start for Telomere. Focusing fire. Looking from the side. Frogger down. Some goes wide from Killa. Is that Blossom? We'll just burn it and get a better trade out of it.
Killa popping off in that fight, doing so much damage, and they committed the rush. I mean, this should just be the cap completed here, or rather the fight won, and then one more contest from Telomere. But like, that fight was super on the knife's edge because Romani was gone, no Rampage available. Tayo kind of saves the day, uses Kitsune Rush. Aokigahara gets that extra attack speed so he could fire just a little bit faster to get his ult off there, while Killa helps him clean up house. Frogger does not have the sound barrier here. Telomere with a lot of good tools for this next fight, but the rush has to come soon. There it is.
Early defensive sound barrier from Frogger. They do have 99, and there's a touch from Telomere. The fire back with the sound barrier and the Tectonic. Sora looking for the target drills. Into Romani. Should be coming down on the side. Doomfist come back from Pete from the spawn quickly. There it is, the flip, the first one from Telomere this game.
I actually like the Doomfist tech when you know that you have this sound barrier you can use, and like will have the opportunity to use it second if you rush first there, because he's going to have so much extra health, so much more brawling power on the point. He used it incredibly well. And obviously Inasaku adding some extra damage there. But now they're ultless. Now they need to win a dry fight here to bring us to a
great dagger. What a catch. And Sora on the other side. Trade, but PP was there for some time. Romani's still alive. That's the thing, if you don't bring this Jungle Queen down, your front line for MFC is just so strong. With the Reaper, it will do more. Tayo getting some more. Those kunais hurt a little more since last week.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the Reaper is one of the best heroes to have in a scrappy fight like that. If you're trading 2 for 2, the Reaper doesn't need a Frogger to heal him up.
Into death. Barely the touch comes in for Shijuku. Motoratsu back with the Sombra, immediately taken down, and Sora will be the last one, full team wipe, and that should be 2-0 win for MFC. And there's a team kill.
Celebratory Kitsune rush there from MFC. Yeah, I mean, the big fun part about playing Reaper in comps like this is you can play a little bit fast and loose if you know you have the better coordinated team. Frogger's timings of his speed boosts and his amp it ups with the said speed boost to reposition Aokigahara were actually really good. Then we traded like a tank and a support, and it was the Kiriko, I think it went down, for a Lucio and a tank. And then you're like, well, I am kind of a hybrid as Reaper. I both am pretty tanky and difficult to deal with, have a lot of survivability, and have high damage output, so that trade is going to favor the team, especially that has more coordination. And Aokigahara, really great performance here on this first map. I would not be shocked, just based on how that was played out, and the fact that they've known it's Samoa for a while, if we see a swap back, like we do see Tayo go back into the support role, assuming Supreme can play. As last week he had some power issues at his house, at least from what we were told. So I'm not sure if that's been resolved. I assume so. I always just have to keep these things in the back of my mind because I'm assuming his computer works and stuff. But
without power for a week, no computer. Like the most I've gone without a computer for the last 3 years, 3-4 years. It's maybe 2 days, 2.5 days.
Wow.
I need gaming in my life. I just can't.
I mean, these days,
even if I'm traveling, I just have to visit a PC bang and play a few games and come back to the hotel or something.
A controversial man once said, like, don't you guys have phones? I do a little phone gaming these days.
Had mobile gaming.
Yeah,
it's also linked to. You can remotely control your computer too. Of course, you can't play Overwatch because of the latency, but still there are lots of games that you can actually enjoy on the mobile.
Well, I feel like Nozzle, you know what, he could probably make it work. He can play on anything.
Yes. Pentium PCs.
Yeah.
Still, just as long as you can get that set up on Overwatch, maybe
Nozzle is actually he could play on a toaster, like a smart toaster.
Smart toaster
in Azkaban. Okay. I feel like in all seriousness, I would not be surprised if we see a sub. I also would love to see this Reaper comp continue. Like, if they can utilize it, it's probably not going to be viable on push or hybrid in some escort maps, but if they take us to Shambali, for example, I feel like it's strong there. If it's going to be Flashpoint, I feel like with how they're playing, they absolutely could use it. I love to see hero diversity, so even when it's a patch like this that doesn't directly affect Reaper, it does kind of affect where he sits in the meta, and has been quite relevant, and can be similar to Mei in that, Mei offers a lot of utility, not a ton of damage, but her ultimate is fantastic. Reaper also offers that same sort of utility in that he can absorb a lot of pressure, escape, add more damage in, get healed back up, be a nuisance. So, 2 different types of a similar hero. Paraiso is where we're going for hybrid, though. A bit of a rare one here in Japan.
A bit of a rare one for Japan. A lot more common for Old Ocean from Korea, but except for them, no one else actually plays this map as much compared to that one specific team in Korea. I think this is not maybe a 3rd time in Japan. It's certainly not much played on this map, but as you said, Reaper, I think we'll see a lot more, especially with the teams that can play Jungle Queen, pairs up so well with the Commanding Shout. Kiriko, Lucio has been prepared only for the teams that can play Reaper and can play Jungle Queen. And well, some other Doomfist, and there has been Mei against some Orisa if they want to isolate with a walt or a delay, and that usually has been the rock paper scissor in 4 or 5 ways. So this meta is still lots of available heroes in terms of tank pull depending on the map. It's, I think, one of the golden patches right now. The fact that you can have, depending on the map, you select different tank, different comps. And this map certainly is a map for Echo Pharah. We've seen it so many times. Pharah, if you cannot stop that hero, will just do so much. The rockets will hit so hard inside the room.
I'd love to see Amaterasu play Cassidy again and play a Cassidy Pharah comp, start this map off that way on attack. On defense, maybe they have a different setup, but we'll see, G-Clef, because it looks like we might be ready.
Seems so, Wolf. Let's get into map number 2. Paraiso is the map that we're going into. Let's see if Telomere can come back here.
Okay, Aokigahara was not subbed out, as you guys know. Graphic come up. Tayo looking to show the Ana here. And this, when I saw Tayo was playing Ana, this is what I want to see. Ashe, Tracer, Winston, okay. Korean style. Don't have to run the Kiriko with this. You know, you can just run straight up traditional Winston Tracer dive with the Ashe to support. Great for defense. We might see something different on the attack. Telomere's attack, on the other hand, looking a little bit unusual here. Not sure if it's just going to be a swap to their own Ashe, but it's going to be a boosted Widow shot to come out.
Yeah, just for the first swing. That was the best swing. And I was just going to say, okay, never mind.
Swing
it's going
and a
back.
miss, as they say in baseball.
Yeah, the biggest Brigana has been the biggest use in Korea, oftentimes with Ashe Pharah. Killa actually just pushing this.
Yeah, well, he's hiding in the bush. He's also able to see around the corner that way.
Oh, the beam. A stickies. Perfect on Romani. Was so low, getting healed back. Has to jump back to the side. And the back Ana. Killa's doing so much work. He's buying so much time for the team. Handling 2 member on the back. That's what the Tracer does. PB does come join the team. Take care of that Killa.
This is a huge opportunity for Telomere now. And, I mean, they need to push this advantage and get onto the point. They ended up winning the initial part of the fight, but actually haven't been able to gain any percentage.
Yeah, getting the first platform here, it's big. Not losing Winston was huge. Romani almost went down. Without the Winston, would have been the first control point. Losing Frogger is also going to slow them down a little bit. Has to use the Nano. Nano already had the Nano somehow. Really quickly done. Amaterasu going down 5% before that duplicate will hurt a little bit. Some good purples on the back.
I feel so bad for Telomere here. I feel like they really had something good going. End up getting a tick, but ultimately will get cleaned up here now by Romani. Tayo with a phenomenal performance. He and Romani hard carried that. Yes, Killa had a great delay there. Was able to avoid that shield bash from Tinisaku, which was an incredible blink. Like, he played that so well. But Romani just holding his ground there, being prepared for a leap, and Tayo just pumping the heals in, gets that fast nano, tosses it out there, saves the day. And MFC get away with this, even though the fight looked surely lost. It's only a tick that goes over to Telomere, but they are about to have 5 ultimates online.
That's right, that's an advantage for not using anything in the first fight. And not a list for MFC, so Romani needs to stay in this somehow, some way, without that nano, just with that rage, and that's why Amaterasu first used the duplicate to push them aside, giving with some more pressure all the way in the back. Romani purpled away, has to use the rage, and got Aokigahara.
Bob's out, but pretty low value so far.
From the back, and Sleep Dart is good on the back line, and the fight is somewhere else. BP and the rest of the members, Sora, Amaterasu already done so much on the other side of the field. NFC.
It's looking like a cap here, G-Clef. Frogger's got his
Can't come back in. Killa maybe.
Down he goes. That's it. They got another cap, G-Clef.
It was insane. Frogger was so far away from the early pressure that he couldn't really use that sound barrier. Even if he did, maybe 1-2 covering it because a lot of the other members were just so far away in distance.
I was super worried for Telomere when Amaterasu just blind duped basically at the beginning of the fight, lost 2/3 of his health, but Suzuku did a great job of keeping him healed up, able to build up that primal. Did so much work. Killing Aokigahara early, making him waste his Bob as well, was just massive. It's a decent time bank here. I mean, absolutely playable for Telomere.
Echo's calls. Yeah, couldn't fly away. I think he's stuck in the corner. Door. Edges there. Romani changing into Diva was certainly nerf with the Matrix, 0.5 seconds, but still very strong and relevant.
Yeah, her mobility is what she's really used for in this case, into the flying Echo. You know, people often say you need long-range head scan to deal with Echo, deal with Pharah, but sometimes a D.Va alone is enough if they play it well enough, and Romani absolutely did there. Great catch, knowing Amatero's angle he was trying to take there, just punishes him instantly. Frogger now has his sound barrier still. Tayo building up another nano, and they have this high ground control, so very awkward now for Telomere. Great bio, and the barrier goes up.
Yeah, good barrier from Frogger to engage first, since Telomere was just staying on the ground for such a long time for I don't know exactly reason. Maybe they wanted to build up some more duplicate before they go in. Will boost in confidence a little, but NFC not really giving that much time. But in trade, not so bad for Telomere to come back because that's already 2 for 2. Romani brought one more, so Amatero will not be caught in the wave of respawn.
Yeah, he is going to have to come back to join his teammates, which will take a little bit of extra time. They cannot let anyone else get caught before they actually have the contestant. Be very careful about what Sora is doing right now. So has the recall.
Go in, right next to payload, buying good time. Romani, there's not a really good target from Telomere to actually bring this D.Va down. That's a problem. Maybe we can get the sticky, but it's very likely, more likely eaten up by the Matrix. But there duplicate another Ana. Good
Nano,
trade.
I mean,
And with the use of Nano,
Yeah.
they basically used everything for this.
I think it might be worth it, but Romani almost getting away. DMAC, great DMAC location. Looking for the remake. Not going to get it. Messy fight. Telomere just kind of running away with this a little bit.
At least from the first corner. And the members, except for that D.Va, should be back from the inside of the building quickly enough. Sahara is ready. Has the dynamite hit scan. Haven't seen too much kill feed coming from this Ashe, but the damage certainly delivered. It has been contested with this Winston, as you can see. Rally up. Willing to fight this. 4v5. Nano up for Kila. The recall and survive. Dangerous choice.
Yeah, Aokigahara takes out Shizuku. And I mean, this fight is slowly going their way as long as no one gets picked by Romani. In the chase. And what a performance from Kila on this Tracer, man. I'm watching him play in his first-person view. The amount of dodges he's had on Hinisaku's shield bash attempts. He's just getting his way out of everything, buys a ton of time, puts out the maximum amount of damage, barely gets the recall off, and he and Romani buy enough time. Telomere, though, have this Winston ult.
And it was on the bubble, I believe. He's got the extra damage from Sora after the explosion. Telomere has a good chance. Winston jumps in. Lucio was the target, but on the other side, Romani just inside. And Echo inside with him? I don't know really about that. That's not the first time we've seen that happening from Amateru. There's Bop now out. Only 2 seconds remaining. The contest is not even there overtime at the moment, but with the self-destruct. Everyone caught, and Shinjuku. Ana, she's come for the touch. There's Sombra. With the Nano, but they only lasted for maybe 2 seconds, and that should be it. A point for Telomere, and a pretty good push towards the second corner.
There have been a few fights from Telomere where they're winning the fight, but they don't know what to do next. You know what I mean? There's been a few moments where they get an initial pick, but they've spent so many resources to do so, they don't know how to back off, regain tempo with heals, and then look for a re-engage after that with their numbers advantage. So they've chased hard to kill someone, often Aokigahara, right? He's been one of the biggest targets. Frogger has been caught a few times too, but then they get that kill, they get that initial pick, and then there's just no measured aggression. In this moment, again, committing the duplicate just to kill the Ana, you got 2 kills, but end up losing the longer fight because there's just no real follow-up here as a pulse bomb is eaten. By the way, Romani not only eats the pulse bomb there, but is able to get himself in a position where he could get off the map if DMAC. Not sure about committing the self-destruct there, but either way, I feel like we have had some really big flashes of brilliance individually from MFC players today, despite Telomere's big performance.
Steve has a problem. The fact that the Nano went to Tracer, not the tank, means there's so much extra room for Diana to give it to anyone else, either the Ashe or the Tracer. Killa didn't even need it because Killa was doing so much harassment on his own. But Ana just was holding on to that Nano for such a long time. I think that was just given. Romani saying, I don't need it. No one's really doing damage to me. I'm getting the Echo. So there was a forced change from Echo to something else. Sombra, I believe, at the end.
This is a pretty wild comp here from Telomere. But I think if they have the confidence they could outrange Aokigahara on whatever hit scan he's playing, in this case will be a Sojourn start. It's definitely a big opportunity here. The rest of this comp, very meta, right? You have the anti-tracer in the brig, you have nano boosts, and maybe you can break that mech. Not going to be the Widowmaker to do it, but...
They're still alive. I don't think that was because of the distance.
Ila's just matching this, putting in a lot of damage, and he needs to be so careful because with this comp from MFC, he's actually quite fragile, especially if he gets purpled.
It is dangerous, especially when you have that soldier in Sora, because win the fight, Killa finds a headshot. And that's a big trade. We'll still have Killa.
Killa is just having the game of his life, man. He always is, I feel like, but today he is really popping off.
Yeah, it's a big opening going into the first platform. Look at this. Speed boost. Right up to sleep on Nana. They're trapped inside. They can't go back now. And that's NFC with the full open. Should be getting at least 2 takes or more. Killa got double somewhere off to the side of the map. And this Frogger doing Frogger things. Oh, Romani, what a steal.
Well, that should be the cap to come through here for MFC.
Maybe they'll contest with just because they only had 2.
It's pretty risky.
Thinking about it.
They are going to contest.
The Tracer was slept. Really nice steep dart and a shot.
If you end up getting wiped here, I mean, you lose the point still, but then lose free distance and give over ult charge.
That's the thing.
That's a moment that I think a lot of newer teams and non-pro teams, like amateur teams, don't realize. Like, so often you think, better contest, like we've got enough people, we don't have ults, but like if we can win this miracle fight, it's so good for us. But the alternative, which is the reality, is you lose it and you got so much ground for free. Look at where Killa can stand because they got that free team fight. He's gonna get punished.
This. Because the positioning from Amateru, Widowmaker has been very passive all the way in the back. Hasn't been much of a help for the entire team of Telomere. As getting that was very important unless you bring out something like Venture on the other side. Still has that Widow up from both. We'll see how that goes as we go on. Killa hits infront side first. I have the extra scan info.
Frogger playing aggressive.
Just trying to go for the back line of the Widowmaker. And that is gone.
Frogger is just such a good Lucio.
See, no one can deal anything with Romani. Just those 2 shouldn't be able to get those 2 and 3 kills on their own without the DPS help.
Yeah, the problem
Sora.
is... Yeah, Sora is playing really well. He keeps actually finding Killa, which without him, Killa just gets so much freedom. He's actually going to swap over to the caster here, which I think is wise. But Telomere didn't have DPS heroes to actually deal with this D.Va, and then the D.Va sped up by that really cool flank from Frogger, plus his extra damage is too much.
They're getting the nano. Taken out by Killa. Quickly handled and also a good cover by Frogger once again. And he beats up here, but the stick after the bubble rage has to be put out, but it instantly melted down from all members of Supreme from MFC.
They are in.
Picks that even with the rally, that should be the second point.
Yeah, they're in prime position just to
and that is it.
Map. Well, I mean, it started off okay. There were some good moments, no doubt, for Telomere. Microphone's trying to have a mind of its own. A few moments by Telomere that I really did enjoy, but ultimately the D.Va choice and swap was fantastic for Romani because in those moments we saw Frogger's first-person view. He's hanging out on the side, which makes it difficult to predict how quickly the D.Va can actually get up onto that point and knock those high ground characters off. The Widowmaker specifically, once she's just dethroned there and blown up, then you just win the longer fight. He comes in with a really cool speed boost. And who breaks the D.Va mech? Is it a Tracer? Probably not, especially when Sora's trying to look for backline access. Is it going to be a Widowmaker? Alone, no. And obviously, when the D.Va is on top of you, definitely not,
and
right?
Winston
so
not going to do the job, of course.
Yeah, they don't have any damage threats to actually punish that D.Va when she goes in. So you have to hit a sleep, you have to have something like that in order to stop those dives, and they just didn't. The coordination looking really on point here for MFC, and I kind of like, obviously it's Telomere, right, so we have to contextualize this a little bit, but I do kind of like Tayo's Ana play so far. He's been really good. He knows how to build a fast nano, and showing his flexibility.
Also Frogger. As you can see from the highlights.
Yeah, I think we are going to a great
I think so. Take a look at the highlight, enjoy, and when we come back, we'll have that game 3. And welcome back, everyone. We're in the middle of our first match. It seems like Telomere, they're still struggling, especially when they're caught off guard. And also, I think the speed, the momentum, the tempo control in the game is still a big challenge for them.
I mean, everybody's having a good day, too, on the side of MFC. Fraga popping off. You have Romani, who's looking great. Keela's having amazing performances. Aoki Gahara is playing the Reaper. He's having a fun time. And they kind of just can do no wrong. Taio's looking great on the Ana as well. And they're playing little bit more flexibly today. Again, I don't know if it's because it's Telomere or if it's because they're trying this new setup. But this is a great opportunity to try it against the weakest team in the league. So, I mean, it's a really cool strat that we're seeing from them, putting Tayo on the support. I don't know if we'll see that from them in the coming days or not, but so far, so good. We saw some really nice and coordinated aggressive dives from the side of Telomere, but just not the right follow-up sometimes. And you were pointing out, kind of some of their slow rotations when they don't have the Lucio, when they're playing the Kiriko comps. If they don't have Kitsune Rush, they're a little bit slow on the follow-up to maybe getting an initial pick.
Yeah, there was a point after in Paraiso, Telomere they were just waiting on the first platform after the first cap, and then MFC like, what are you guys doing? Hit that sound barrier! Frogger just hit that sound barrier, and they went in to the attacking team because they were just waiting behind the wall. Don't exactly know what they were doing. Maybe just communications, trying to set up for the right attack. But that should have been done in practice already, so it was punished.
It's very obvious that Frogger is conveying a ton of information to his team and is getting up and personal with the enemy team and knowing exactly where they are and calling, okay, we go because they're split, stuff like that. Circuit Real has definitely been a favorite for both of these teams, actually. We've seen it picked by Telomere. They like to do Widow duels here. We've seen the same come out of MFC. This is a map they really enjoy to play on, so this should be a good one, G-Clef.
It should. We've already got a Widow duel already. Well, that one we know who it went towards the favor. MFC still back in 2-0. About to have the match score. Let's go into our third map.
A big pool. It's not that big, but it's pretty big. Have you noticed this pool doesn't have any entry? Like, there's no stairs.
Yeah, no stairs, no
ladder. Yeah.
Nothing. It doesn't even look that deep. It's shallow.
Maybe it's just like a thin, body of water. It's not even really a pool. Maybe it's just for looks. You put your feet in it, it goes up to your ankles.
I don't even think that's 25 meters. That should be 20. No music. No music time.
No pianist today, huh? At least not for
Hanzo?
Sonic Arrow into Insta Swap, or is it for real?
For real. It's Aokigahara.
It's pretty good into Sigma.
Hey, double snipers. Widow and Hanzo.
Widow is real because it's Circuit, so will be very strong here.
Yeah, Hanzo less than the Widow, but still potential, especially after the health decrease nerfs all around. To 9 heroes.
Frogger is he's being a Lucio.
Nice shot there. And a double. Double headshot will be easy. Kicks. MFC.
Frogger's killing Faraz, man. He doesn't care. He's just popping off. He just...
Oh, next target. He found it.
No!
Oops. And that's a solo.
I mean, this type of Lucio player is going to love the buffs, right? I mean, this is what you want to see if you're a Frogger fan, and aren't we all? This is a mean machine level performance if I've ever seen one. Frogger is having his best day. He's just like, Lucio buffs, it's Telomere, I'm going to get him.
Yeah, this bump the back line into Lari. Namekuji found and gone. Frogger will pay his life for it. Izuku covering up a little bit. Kila, another headshot in the back line.
But while Frogger is drawing aggro and disrupting, the rest of the team just falls apart. And Tayo picks up 2 kills as well. Supportal combat. Aokigahara is like, I want to play. I want to shoot bad guys. But it's been kind of the Frogger show. And that's just the first point going over the 5-minute time bank. Trying to use Storm Arrows here to maybe catch someone off guard will be unlucky in that regard.
That was so quick. Even with a point, no one has, except for Killa, has an ultimate. Not even close to it for some of the members. Oh, Shizuku after the change. Dead Aoki. What a shot. Especially onto the low HP members on the back. Romani's still here. Mortality field out, but instantly deleted afterwards. And that's another team wipe. Quickly done. Romani still doesn't have Annihilation. Checking out the view.
Frogger's like, yeah, he's like, oh, what's that? He's like, I've never looked at this part of the map before. Okay, look at this. He's just unseen. Like, they have no idea. He's about to make a big play. He's like, you guys didn't even break the railing? Come on.
Like, oh, Like, where's my room? Like,
The cart is just gonna
3 or 4?
cruise in, by the way.
Oh, eventually found by Frogger is looking to get a kill. Not just stay here. That's a 2v1. He's still alive. Wall riding and the payload actually hit 2 points.
Is he actually out of here? I think he is. I think he's out. He's going back in. I'm not done. He's got Keela's ult.
He sees a lot more members now. Oh, Keela's gonna peek out and get that headshot. Bring a lot more friends into this fight. On the retreat.
Keela looking pretty good. Tons of information from that infra site.
Brother's dead. He's down. But a team kill.
What did it cost? Everything. 4 minutes and 50 seconds to complete the map. It's a speed run here on Circuit Royale as Keela is looking for his next victim. I want to watch more Fraga, but watching Keela shoot people in the head is pretty good too. Sound barrier up for Fraga.
One big entry, a double. Hanzo gone. 2v4.
This bar just is not working for Sora.
And not for the last point. It doesn't deliver as much because you can't really escape into the air.
Is that just it?
I
think it might be.
Sora should still have recall. And there it is.
Okay, they're gonna, with their spawn advantage and the Discord orbs coming through, be able to clean up house. MFC getting a bit greedy there. Romani's gonna swap up to Doomfist now.
You are not prepared.
He's been spraying that a lot.
He slams in. For the punch. Nope. He dives in. Can be dangerous.
He has his ult for safety at least, so some extra range he can utilize. Tayo.
Romani just goes in all the way. Does he have cover? Tayo is covering him. Both Meteor and the Transcendence all the way in the back. Good punch from Romani. Reacted well. Slams in but blocks. Not enough. There's Dragon Strike.
Tayo's just got full line of sight here with his ult as well. He's just ripping people apart. They still have, you know, some respawns to come through, but I just don't know if they can get a team comp together here. Especially when Progress killing the Cassidy. That might just be finally the NPP. One more slam.
Yeah, good cancel there by Romani.
Romani's playing so well.
Yeah, knows exactly when the Doofus is going to slam in. And with the last member, that should be the team white. The Cassidy block for the Deadeye. But the game's already over. 3-0 push. And the time,
well,
2:48.
Look, G-Clef, the game's not over yet. Telomere could get a better time bank and win in overtime. Would I expect it? No, but it likely is over though with a nearly 3-minute time bank. Good luck. Let's watch some more Fraga. Look at this. Look at this guy. He's just taking in the view. He's like, who should I kill?
That's the highlight.
Yep.
Our production.
He
knows humor.
He does end up getting a lot of kills on the back line, threatens the enemy Widow, harassing the enemy supports. And on attack, let's see what the look is going to be. Okay, playing the Mei. Maybe. I mean, this is a Mei Reinhardt comp on Circuit Royale. It's going to be tough to punish, even if you have the Widowmaker, because she has that extra protection from the Reinhardt shield. You have to get a really nice angle, but Keela obviously can just pop up and avoid the shield or take a flank angle.
Yep.
It's a little bit scary to try to run this, but I do think, in theory, it could work. Inasako is... That's what it sounds like when I play the piano.
More like destroying the piano. MFC not really concerned too much about what Telomere is going to run with the combo. I think they just want to have some more sniping fun. Telomere might be thinking MFC should be gatekeeping this.
Oh, they're not going to play Reinhardt Mei. They chickened out and instead are going to play full dive Echo Genji.
I like it though. It could totally work against Hanzo Widow if they are not too far away. He's over, but Echo certainly can come over, but he's getting threatened by Lucio plus the back line. Taken down early. But look, at least TP doing some extra work.
Brother also just casually killing Amateru. And
quick team kill. I wonder how many team kills we got in this game only.
I would say like at least 4.
Yeah, at least 4. We got a lot.
All right, Amatero, let's see. Round 2. Can he kill Lucio this time? Obviously, he's focused elsewhere. He's trying to layer that damage in as Pete is going to hold this corner.
Look at the Widow. Just looking for the peak
Yep.
of either Sora or Amatero. Oh, instantly found by Frogger early on. Gilla, finishing touch.
Punched
Loses
in the
life for that
mouth.
immortality field, but keeps his teammate alive. And that's another team kill. Team kill.
That's right.
That's right.
That's wrong, G-Clip. I'm sad.
That's the 5th.
It's not right.
How many more? Oh,
Oh, there we go. That's what I like to see. Punish that Widow, Amatero.
nice pick.
Now looking for the Ramatra Ramani. Down he goes.
Yeah,
Hey.
that Ram had no cover. Frogger all the way up, not covering it for his teammate.
His teammates
Not doing the
reminding
support
him.
job.
Yeah, reminding him that they are losing the team fight, so maybe now is not the time.
Hey, Frogger.
He's out. He's gone.
Yeah, now's not the time.
He's fine. He's Gucci. He's good. He's all right. Here comes Keela's ult now that he's respawned. Don't peek this man.
Oh,
I said don't peek this man!
but he hooked.
2 people peeking him! Oh, he did hook. It's not really a true peek, but if you take your head out from cover,
Yeah,
he will take it off.
The second was a pick. Oh, Pete.
I do love Pete's surrenders.
Yeah, I know.
He's just like,
after losing all the 4, he just.
He's in awe with what he has seen and what he has experienced. He's lived through a lot this tournament.
I can't do this alone. I need you guys.
Frogger's ready for more.
Almost. Amatero going for the side stairs. Long distance shot. Does that rage this time? Maybe he can spread them apart a little bit more this the upcoming push. Push the Widow. No hook. Then nice push. That's a 3rd. Telomere. And just having Romani left, should be able to push and get all the way to point.
Pete using the environment there really well. You know, obviously Telomere have been pretty split, especially with the Frogger shenanigans. So he's able to knock the Widow off. Gila ends up trading one back here, but that's some decent distance. They may be able to, if they win this next fight with Sound Barrier, grab the checkpoint, but they will need to regroup first. There's the ult coming out from Amatero.
Less than 5 meters out. Coming back in time. Great Sound Barrier. Timing was great. Romani still has Annihilation. And we'll pop it immediately after. Aoki down. There's still chance. Telomere just getting neutralized. With the basic push, Romani. Some damage. That's a chance.
Should be able to get this. So they can stay grouped.
Yeah, getting the Lucio's first. Ended up running away.
Away. Oh my god, G-Clef.
That is it. Not a full point. Frogger to Sound Barrier just to make sure. That's a full cap.
So close to
The 3-0 map score. MFC with a bit of a role swap. Let's see if they continue to bring Tayo into support line. Aoki becoming more of a stable DPS with a lot more variety, flexing out the DPS role. They might just have a lot more bigger of a hero pool going into the future.
Yeah, maybe. But based on how they played that one, I don't know if we're ever going to see this again, but I wanted to see, because at some point, like, we almost crossed the line from interesting to BM, and then there were some good punishes there from the side of Telomere. Like, they were punishing Frogger a little bit. They were punishing the lack of group up. The ult there from Pete was really clean. That last fight, they had the Sound Barrier super well timed, but Aokigahara shows up, cleans up on the Soldier, and just like almost over the line so many times. And I think if they were a little bit more experienced, they probably would have won a lot more of those fights. We might have looked at a more competitive control. We might have seen that first point captured there, and at least in the extension of the map. Like, I think in theory they should have been able to get it done, but just got outclutched by MFC. And I don't know if we can read anything into this MFC day, except that it was really fun, and Frogger had fun, and Keela had fun.
It was.
And Aokigahara had fun, and Romani had fun, and Tayo had fun.
I wonder who the player of the match is, because everyone just played well, especially Keela at the end. Gigara with the Reaper, Romani with the Diva, Frogger, the Lucio in map 2 and 3.
I feel like if Frogger doesn't get it,
Tough to choose.
It's almost criminal. I voted for Keela because I thought he had the most impact across all 3 maps. He had a fantastic Widow. His Tracer play just mechanically looked so good today. I have to give the nudge to him, but I think Romani, like you mentioned, was really good on the second map. His Diva play was fantastic. Tayo off-rolling and having some great Ana play. I feel like you can vote for almost anyone. Maybe not Aokigahara, but like he didn't even have a bad day. But I wouldn't say he was the player of the match. But I am curious because it might be one of those situations where we have like 4 different votes, and then the 5th person breaks the tie, and it's a 2-person vote that ends up getting the POTM,
which is kind of rare. But for the highlight, I think should be easier for Keela or Frogger.
Frogger!
Oh, Frogger! Frogger!
All right. Let's see
Ends up
which
getting
highlights we get, because there were a lot.
The-
He just was a murderer today. And it wasn't just like him killing people in the back line and cleaning up fights with the buffed Lucio. It was also just some of his really good speed boost timings, the dive with Romani. He was just everywhere, man.
Do we have the pool? Oh, we're
This is
still
that
in tie,
dive.
so you hit 2 headshots. That's already like 1/3 of the DPS half health bar.
Yeah.
And if you hit 1, 2, 3, 4 on Tracer head, Tracer's dead immediately with his 4.
Hey, you don't even have to hit all 4 because you can right-click melee as well.
Yeah.
And just finish them off. Really quite a big buff to Lucio and an already pretty Lucio-centric meta, but I think it really does raise the skill ceiling quite a bit. So happy to see it. I do think it's deserved. You know, between him and Killa, for me, I'm like, if either of them get it, I feel really good about it. If anyone else gets it, I still feel pretty good about it because it was a team effort. But man, bit of a day to be watching Tayo's stream. You know, a bit of a day to be watching the stream team. Clean plays all around. I think it will get a little bit more interesting though from here.
Yeah, certainly. That first one, that was a quick 3-0, and it was the battle between the bottom teams. Likely they will go against each other next week again for the playoff, the bottom playoff for the LCQ. But we're not done yet. We still do have 2 more matches to go through. Second one will be Lazuli versus Namekuji brothers. So guys, don't go anywhere. We will be back after the break. Welcome back, everyone, to the second match of the night for Japan Week 3. Lazuli versus Namekuji Brother should be a lot more hype of a match. As expected, Lazuli seems very, very strong. Top two potential still up in the air. And Namekuji Brothers, they will try to do what they can. Seems like Namekuji Brother had a lot more hype in the beginning of the season.
Yeah.
And then after all the results, only having a win against Telomere, I think that tells a lot about where they're standing currently. Against Lazuli, Lazuli is still the big favorites of the tournament, but it's Namekuji Brothers without Nozzle. But they do come up with some interesting plan, and I'm hoping for maybe some more Hanzo play from CC2, who's not on Namekuji anymore. He was on Lazuli now.
Yeah. So just to give some further context to some of the results for Namekuji, like you said, they've only beaten Telomere, and everybody else has. So that feels like they don't have any legitimate wins, but they barely lost to MFC. At the time, we thought MFC was a stronger team, I think, than maybe they ultimately are. They did get 3-0 by REVATI, which also made us then feel like maybe REVATI was stronger than they actually are, but I think REVATI is still slumping a little bit. We'll see how they do against Varrel later on tonight. They lost to Varrel,
Yeah,
so like
there's not even a score for Varrel. It was an 0-3.
Yeah.
It was an 0-3. I remember that one clearly.
They have Lazuli today, then Insomnia, so it's not an easy schedule remaining for the Bros.
That's rough.
And they close out the season against Nyam, which is actually a strong team. So it isn't looking good for the Bros at the moment. It's looking a little bit shaky the rest of the season. Strength of schedule was relatively, like, it kind of ramped up, and then now it goes, like, way up. So I expect, and I hate to say it, but I expect this will be a 3-0. We led into today saying it's probably 3-0s today, just given the matchups. But let's see if they can bounce back, because I think they really need to. You go 1-4, and you go down to -7. Like, you're going to that last chance qualifier. You're going to a place you don't want to be against strong teams that didn't quite make it straight up to the seeding tournament. You're going to be down there fighting against the likes of MFC again, that you barely lost to. Potentially REVATI could be down there, who they lost to already. So it does make you really feel for the Bros. Like, let's see what Jisu's got planned today. I do think compositionally they've shown us some interesting stuff. Maybe they'll toss out a reset comp again. Something like that would be fun to see. But this roster really is still a massive upgrade from what we saw in Stage 1. Rip Nozzle and the crew. On the other hand, Lazuli are really good.
Yeah, they're really good. And also, I think another big question, again, because I'm saying this, I keep on saying this, Japan does have a different meta. But usually, oftentimes, what happened in tradition for not just this year, in years of including all the contenders last year, they would, after a patch, they would pick up what Korea does over the weekend and usually follow that path very quickly, because usually Korea does handle the biggest they do have the biggest powerhouses in the world. And of course, currently, as Crazy Raccoon, they would oftentimes not exactly copy, but copy-paste and also adjust in their own way with their own flavor. That's what Japan does. But it would quickly adapt to it, so they would show power. But certainly not for today as of yet. Maybe it was just the first match. I'm expecting that to be the case for Lazuli, Namekuji, a lot higher tier compared to the first match that we just had. Also, expecting some more Pharah. I would love to see some more Pharah. We only got to see the newest edition, which was Reaper Jungle Queen combo, which is really strong in the meta with Kiriko, especially on Samoa and Flashpoint. But I think Pharah really has to be handled with some teams. Simply just couldn't handle Pharah, and they just lost the game because of that issue.
Yeah. Really good Pharah players are super oppressive because they know how to play around corners. Pharah, Illari, very popular right now. Even with the Illari nerfs, I feel like still very relevant. That's something that we could see coming out from Lazuli today. We're probably going to start on Samoa. I mean, statistically not, but, like, I mean, I'm just saying, like, you guys are following.
Wolf. Like, I know you like Samoa so much, but I don't think we have that many Samoas in a row.
Look, G-Club's trying to push back. G-Club's trying to say, G-Club is trying to tell you guys that an admin randomly chooses, okay? He's trying to tell me there are 3
It's
maps.
random! It is random!
He's trying to tell me it's Lijiang Tower, Nepal, and Samoa, and so it's only like a 33.3 repeating chance that Samoa comes out as the starting map. He's trying to tell you guys lies. He's trying to push this propaganda, you know?
I can't believe
I'm
saying
catching
this.
on!
I actually miss Ilios. I actually miss Ilios a lot.
Ilios, I miss.
Yeah, it's a good map for Winston, some divas, even some Widowmaker, some hit scans from the back. I think it's there's a good balance. A lot of higher tier teams also choose that map.
What about Busan? I miss Busan.
Oh,
Busan's
yeah,
pretty fun.
some Wrecking Ball,
Yeah.
some more Sigma or Ramatra. Yeah, I like it. The fact that we have this many, the fact that I can name these many heroes in those two maps. Oh, this meta just require you to be versatile with so many heroes. It's going to be very tough, especially for the roster with the solo tank.
If you like a little bit of Ramatra on Volcano, but otherwise Winston, Tracer, Ashe, Ana, Lucio, then you love Samoa because that's what we get to see. And I'm going a bit long on this because for some reason, okay, here we go. We're going to talk about the result and then get into some rosters. We've seen a lot of it. So MFC with a very flashy, by the way, very fun 3-0 against Telomere with Frogger picking up the player of the match, popping off on the Lucio. By the way, I did get the vote count. My theory about everyone gets 1 and then somebody gets 2 was correct. Frogger got 2. Basically, every other player got 1. So it was a very close vote there. Either way, going into this matchup, expectations definitely looking favored for Lazuli. Namekuji brothers, what they show us today, I think will give us a hint as to what they could look like in last chance qualifiers, assuming that's where they're going, because chances are slim for them to come back with the really tough schedule they have.
Yeah, if they can grab some map wins, maybe. Still, they do need a full win, a match series win to contest against Ravati in the 5th-6th. But it's going to be 5th-6 regardless of happening LCQ anyhow. So I don't think that because they can't really go down. Oh wait, no, because they have 1-3.
Yeah.
Even if they do, unless they lose 0-3, 0-3, then things might be a little different between 6 and 7. But I think Namekuji still should be coming up higher.
G-Fluff? CC2 is playing, and also Shui is playing support.
Oh, Shui's playing support today.
So, pretty big roster, obviously, on the squad.
I can feel the Hanzo machine coming back.
I do wonder, I definitely
it's going to be.
See it. It's so dishonest by CC2 to put Sombra as his favorite DPS hero when clearly everybody in the entire world knows it's Hanzo. He's like, if I show Sombra, the other team will be like, oh, play Hanzo. He has basically played Hanzo exclusively throughout his entire career here. That's not true, but obviously this year has played a ton of it.
Yeah, and about half of the games, or half of the game time in Stage 1 too. That's usually what we remember from this player. And on the other side, Namekuji, yeah, it's been the usuals. Just kicking back in with the 6. Bambi just in the bench. And UJ, I think, was one of the better players coming out from this roster. Been loving his playstyle, very aggressive. Sometimes a little disjointed on his own individual plays, but I think that's to pressure the opponent backline a lot more. If things can be lined up, just like what they have shown a lot more last week. It was against Telomere, but even against Varrel, there were some bright moments against for Namekuji brothers. And I think if they show a different style, similar style in their own form, maybe they have a shot against Lazuli in some of the maps.
I think Peace's Tracer was a big standout for me last week. Finding some incredible picks, some really nice time buys, just clutching out some big important team fights. So I'm hoping to see that performance continue today, as I think obviously up against a really strong DPS duo on the other side, it can be quite tricky. Although Shui is not starting today, so maybe we'll see him in map 2 and beyond, but otherwise, again, it's tough to know, but it does feel like an angle here for Namekuji brothers if they end up beating CC2 out on that first map, which will be...
That's Samoa!
Whoa! You guys are just doing this to trick me and make me think that actually there's other maps. You're like, oh, Wolf, like Nepal's coming in.
No,
it's
Wolf.
Definitely real. It's only a 33% chance.
It's picked beforehand, so the teams know hours before the play.
Everybody's in on it, okay? Right now, the admin that you say exists called him and said, look, Wolf's catching on. We got to do Nepal. I'm sorry, teams. They're ruining competitive integrity. just to prove a point. Okay, if you say so.
No, Wolf, you're...
I'm never gonna let this joke die,
I know you're a very important person, but maybe not enough to change the map that it was set beforehand for this matchup. And we go into the control. It is Nepal, not Samoa. Lazuli versus Namekuji brothers. Let's see what happens in map 1. Of course, they care about you so much, Wolf, but you know, the players and the competition, certainly the fairness, a lot more important.
Yes. It's all jokes until it's not, but it's all jokes, really.
You just have to throw that in there.
CC2 did play Hanzo on Lijiang Tower, actually earlier this season against Telomere. He is hovering it now, but we'll swap to Reaper. Now, he actually has played a little bit of Reaper this year, so it's not super shocking, and we mentioned how strong this composition is earlier with Hidden on the Tracer.
Yeah, especially on this map, you are a lot more close quarters, and so Reaper makes a lot more sense jumping in Leo.
They rushed into the point first, so they already got the Reaper where he needs to be for great success here. As long as Peace can't poke him out, this is going to be really difficult to retake now for Namekuji brothers at the point on top.
Yeah, Peace will be holding the key to Namekuji brothers. Oh. The back line first because Echo's in the air, going for that quick attack. Lazuli, Leo still available. Hidden right on the back. That Winston again. Namekuji falling all the way back in and don't want to let this go easily. He calls out of there. Yeah, quick capture first for Lazuli. Not much of a threat from the first team fight, even with Peace. 3-2 do damage off to the side, didn't give that much time.
Got a lot of ult charge, Peace did, so I mean, there's definitely an angle for him to dupe on this next fight if he can continue to layer that in, but otherwise perhaps a swap would be nice.
Oh, 62, what happened? Maybe he couldn't waveform quickly enough? Yeah. I think that was with the addition damage with Hidden. I mean, UJ coming from the side.
This is looking good.
And Namekuji, just responding better this time. It was a dive from Lazuli after losing Reaper. Which was a bit weird. Usually you do see that disengage on the other side.
Yeah, I really wish we knew exactly what went down there, but maybe he was trying to go for a really greedy flank. I'll pick, or like you said, already used Wraith Walk. We'll try to use it very greedily and was punished as really committed
here.
And it's working.
But it was on your own base, and the team. Okay, just. We'll lose a couple of seconds. We'll still get the pulse bomb from Peace. Never mind, that was required for this extra pulse bomb just in time before duplicate goes off.
Like, Peace is such a good Tracer player. So is Nuchins, but he actually gets to be like, we have 2 Tracers. They chase down, dupe for the kill, and then come back in with a massive clutch pulse bomb. This is just what Peace does, man. He gets clutch pulse bombs and they win team fights. And CC2 still a ways away from that Death Blossom, but the bigger issue is getting Lazuli back onto the point, closing that gap, especially with Necessal having this nano.
Have easy one, CC in there, nano still out. Winston does survive for a longer time. Rally, the pistol. Hitting the right target, CC2 still on it. And you can burn down that Winston so easily.
I think target selection a little bit off there for Namekuji brothers, trying to burn down Leonoptrix when he has Primal. Definitely probably not the ideal move there, and Shui did so much healing in that last fight as they just survived with that Primal. CC2 builds his ult, does a ton of damage, but he gets onto the point because of Leo. Doesn't have to ult. Now they have the ult and the sound barrier. Peace though, he's clutching it again.
Yeah, Hidden goes for the flank oftentimes. Pays his life for it. This is not going to be his turn. CC2 ready with the Death Blossom though. That's very low. Wraith Walk has to come in with the sound barrier. This must be the time, but not that many members. Steps all the way in the back. Peace catches him. Knows exactly the timing that Death Blossom goes into his own death.
Peace is just so damn good, G-Club. Like, I watch this guy every time and just think, is he the new face of this team? You know, is he the new Nozzle-esque character that Namekuji Bros can get behind? Because he's like hidden, no, revealed. Ends up getting massive damage done in this last fight again. And now Namekuji Brothers are able to shut down that very risky CC2 ult. Now he's going to put his hands on the Reaper.
Namekuji Brothers, they have their own Reaper here. Not going all the way. Like the speed coming out from Peace, as the backline is still hanging out all the way, has a Blossom. Somehow managed to make it all the way. Jeans, no pulse this time. Down on the ground, getting the bubble. Bit of a trade from Lazuli, has to pop the rage. Leo wants to stay in this.
Point! No one's on the point! Hidden's unable to touch!
Couldn't go around the wall fast enough, the corner was too big.
The fight was going Lazuli's way. I mean, they had a lot of momentum there, but obviously had to really push deep to get those kills against Namekuji brothers, which left the point vulnerable. And I guess the comms were probably, okay, Hidden should be able to touch, so we can actually go a little bit deep on this. He can blink back in. He's able to get around the corner there. I'm not sure if somebody blocked him or if he just really miscalculated the speed in which he could get back to the point, but either way, almost, I would say like a pseudo C9 there. But more so, just not full control. Lazuli having to really commit hard in order to get past. I'm going to stick with this Reaper composition, though. He's looking like he's going to be playing Tracer as they swap New Jeans onto the Ashe. This is the normal setup we see from Namekuji brothers, where it's the Ashe Tracer, and Peace has Pulse Bomb access. Wait.
Tracer.
So anyway, like I said, this is the normal setup. They also have Minhara on this Illari. Very difficult to play on this map.
But one Captive Sun can change everything because a lot of the teams stack up together on the corner or at the gate entrance choke points. I think that's the idea behind the pick for Lazuli. Jump first. CC2 this time doesn't have to worry about that echo in the air. The Sigma will be a problem if they let it go. Right into his teammates. First cap comes through for Lazuli.
Okay, Hidden. I'm going to clear this out. Peace can't find access to the back line. That's going to be a Minhara down. I feel like this comp from Lazuli is way better on this map because you have a lot of choke points, like you're saying. It's very enclosed. And Namekuji brothers comp can work here. It's one of those comps that with Sigma, if you're winning hard, you win even harder. But when you're losing, it looks kind of silly. And I think Minhara swapping over to the Brigida makes a lot of sense, just simply because the Illari is going to get a ton of value when you have choke point control and you have that Captive Sun in a choke with the point control. But when you don't, you'll just look a little bit silly. He's going to swap off now, but Hidden has full control of the back line, has this Mega to play through. New Jeans is down.
Yeah, quick trade. I think using was forced off to the side. With less cover, Hidden. Build this Pulse Bomb. Build the back line. Forced all the way to the side. Stick is there.
Scrappy fight.
Yes, this is 2. Provided some extra damage from the Kiriko Rush. But it's just Shui left with the Lucio.
They just couldn't actually build that sound barrier in the fight. I think if they have it, it's a wash. They should be able to crush it, but instead, Namekuji brothers do end up getting full control back of the point, as well as a pretty nice stack of ultimates here to defend with, especially that Bob that can be placed in the room on the point. Very difficult to access and take out, offering a ton of damage, so they have a lot of great tools here.
Quick engage with the sound barrier from Leo. Matrix popped. Namekuji still trying to hold at their own base, at least nearby for the push. 1-1 traded. With the rage, the Blossom has a chance. Where's CC2? Taken down, blocked for the Blossom. Good focus coming down from Namekuji.
He's just kind of isolated here, has recall, but once he gets Mega, will help clean up with the accretion.
Yeah, Tracer got nerfed, but still very strong.
Yeah, Namekuji looking very good. On this, the fights like this, you watch them play out as CC2.
Almost. Close one on Hanzo.
Yeah.
And Eugene's on Hanzo now.
Yeah, I feel like Namekuji brothers here, like they don't have a lot of ults, but if they just get one stick, that's all it takes.
Jump. Grasp. Easy stick from Peace. Was ready for that miles away. CC2.
Also miles away.
Going mile and a half away now. No teammate to help. Oh, Tracer, that was dangerous getting arrowed. Captain's still alive. There's the Blossom finally after all that wait. But it seemed like the teamfight was kind of over before that, but still, it was beautiful.
Lazuli definitely punished Namekuji's very split setup there. They didn't have ults, so perhaps they're just trying to get as much economy out of that fight as they could. But the Hanzo here just doesn't really fit the bill for me. Great into the Winston if you can burst him down, and also pretty decent into Reaper if you can get that distance. But again, choke points on this map, sometimes good for Hanzo, especially with his ult, but otherwise just really easy for CC2 to set up a fantastic ultimate there. It's a pick on the hit.
Still has to commit. There's the Kiriko Rush. We've got one after the field is down. Leo dead. No tank. And CC well handled. What a rock to stun him.
Namekuji bros in full control here, G-Clef.
Getting dangerous because Chui will come back, but there has to be touch, and Peace can't go down. Has to stay in this hidden. Got the touch, so there will be contest. Overtime. Winston jumps in quickly. Kind of dangerous, but covered by the shield. And the Dragon Strike, just to isolate that Winston, has to use the rage for it. One dropping down for now. Field available, CC down. Big storm arrows. Bubble blocking the damage, but still for low HP. Tracer will do the job. Brothere will get a double. Namekuji. Control win, Wolf.
Yeah, not the, well, I mean, it could still be a 3-0, but not the one-sided Lazuli match that we expected. So already, Namekuji brothers striking back in a big way. I wasn't a huge fan of the Hanzo pick from just a perspective of what it offers and the risks involved. But if you're hitting headshots on Tracers, you're able to burst down the Winston, you're also outranging the Reaper and punishing him pretty consistently, then New Jeans is like, yeah, move over CC2, I'm the Hanzo here. And he played really well. Obviously, there were a lot of scrappy fights there for the side of Lazuli. There was the fight where they had to touch the point, to use recall to then escape, so no recall on the Tracer. Sound Barrier just to commit, to get to the point, then have to primal, but they were never able to regroup. There's no Death Blossom. CC2 is struggling to get that Reaper onto the point. And, you know, there were definitely some handicaps they faced, but that was just out of good coordination on the other side. Shui playing Lucio, so far I'm not sold on it, G-Clef. I get it. Lucio's damage is buffed. He's a great DPS player. You know, it seems like in that sense, sure, I'm all for it. But comparatively to a lot of our other Lucios that have a ton of experience of playing it in pro, he wasn't able to make big impacts. He wasn't able to get his sound barriers up as quickly as I think he should have, especially with those scrappy fights. And maybe we'll see a swap going into the second match.
Yeah, also comparatively, what he could have done in a DPS role, compared to that Lucio, I think Shui usually does a lot better job in damaging. Compared to going into Lucio, it'll be hard to compare CC2. Reaper, not really the best choice against the Echo. I think Echo, again, Peace is the one on that Echo for the first. It was a big problem, couldn't handle it. Maybe for the first team fight when they dove in, that worked. But afterwards, into a longer fight, when Namekuji brothers actually got into better position, they couldn't really handle that at all. The duplicates were not being stopped at all. It's easy to build a duplicate if you're just not being contested on the map like that. And going into the second one, Eugene's the swap. The swaps are just a lot better for Namekuji. And lots of questions on my end, Sigma, and just keeping that Reaper even after getting the speed contested and getting the range against you, it's not really the best. And so I think Lazuli just has to play, not just play better with more coordination. I think they have to really get the hero selection first.
Yeah, I think that obviously they really wanted to force this Reaper comp. Maybe we'll see CC2 out, Shui swaps back in, and then they'll play more meta. I think Control is definitely the best place to play Reaper. Found success on Control in the first series. Obviously here, decent option, and it worked decently well, but the enemy team had a good read. They were able to shut it down super hard. Maybe through scrims, they're able to identify with this roster, like, okay, they're playing Reaper. We're just going to outrange them with Echo. We're going to play a great game. Peace looking fantastic as always, right? So I do think as they move to their second map choice, probably move away from the Reaper, play a larger map type, unless they take us to Flashpoint, in which case I'm like, okay, maybe they keep running this, but if they don't take us to Flashpoint or Shambali, I think we will see a big change up, and then maybe they can play to their strengths a little bit more. On the other hand, again, it's great to watch Peace play, just because he's so clutch. He sees things I think a lot of Tracer players don't see. He's very cerebral in where he knows when the backline's exposed, when he can clutch it out. His pulse bomb timings, his pulse bomb accuracy, all just so good. Plus his Echo, like you mentioned, when uncontested, is going to do a lot. And his duplicates were greedy. They were risky, but they paid off in huge dividends.
Hey, talking greedy, I think CC2's Blossom was a lot more greedier.
Both of his Blossoms that he really went for that didn't work were like a little bit questionable, I have to say.
Yeah, a shadow step into the back, maybe, but immediately found the piece, punished multiple times. Was really good triple at the end, but still wasn't enough to come back. For Reaper, I think if you want to play Reaper the entire game, first half or second half, you do need to have at least one good Blossom. That might be all you need, but on top of that, you need to really take care of the Winston first. I think that's your main goal, main duty,
You have to
especially when you have the rush.
Yeah, you have to be really oppressive with your point control with Reaper. Like, you need to constantly be able to offer damage. And if you're flanking, you're trying to set for some crazy ultimates. If you're trying to be optimistic, that's not the way that you're going to find the most success with Reaper. In the old Reaper, like, Reaper used to be a very different hero back in, like, 2016 than he is now. But if you're, if you're playing around Reaper's strengths, it's like being able to go back and forth around a wall, having point control, forcing them to come and chase you down, not being in line of sight of the Hanzo. These types of things are really difficult to do when you're not in control. When you're not in control, the Reaper looks kind of worthless. When a Hanzo is just shooting him from super far away, the Echo is just poking him down, and then, Reaper can't shoot far. That's how he works. That's how he's balanced. So we will see Shui out of the support role. Nevis is coming in, or is alter ego Nevisi.
Yeah, it's it's Navis. A bit of a typo there in Lazuli. Should see Shui back in
guess,
DPS.
yeah.
Very likely. I think that's
CC2 out, Shui in.
Oh.
Okay. Sakume out, Kira in. And then...
Wait, Shui out, Navis in, and then...
Okay,
Okay,
here we go.
so everything makes sense
CC2
now.
out, Shui in.
Okay.
Everything is normal. So, an experiment, similar to the experiment we saw from MFC in our first series. But unlike MFC, they're just going to go, okay, that didn't work. It was a good idea for control. I think a control-specific strategy. Let's move to a different map. This also makes me believe they did not choose Flashpoint, but
Yeah,
rather
should be
push or hybrid.
Yeah,
Yep.
I think it's hybrid.
I think so too.
They've been experimenting a little bit more into some other maps like Blizzard World, Kings Row. Even I think was it Lazuli? I think one other team was playing Eigenwald at least all the way to the end. Those some aggressive moments, just opening up the first point with less than a minute, oftentimes from Japan. But I think that those are the two likely choices. If Flashpoint, maybe they can try Reaper with a different comp. It's still there's still potential, but there's not. Okay, Gotsum, Leo, they can both play Jungle Queen, but I haven't really seen them as much, except for the real meta of Jungle Queen when everyone just had to play Jungle Queen. Ever since that moment, I think both were mostly off of her, going mostly with the Winston, more of a Ramatra, especially from Gotsum. So I don't think they will be trying.
I don't think they'll be doing that, especially with the substitutions coming through. It seems very unlikely. It's probably going to be. I mean, when you see the lineup, you're like, it could be Circuit Royale, and they just play Widow and play double flex support. Like, that's definitely an option. And that's what the support lineup kind of leads me to believe here. But it also could just be they go back to Tracer, Ashe, Winston, Dive, and I do think Leonoptrix has been a very improved Winston. You mentioned we don't really expect to see either of these tanks play Junker Queen. Leonoptrix absolutely has played a great Junker Queen. He did last season a lot when he was on Insomnia. But I don't think that if we were going to see that, we'd be going to Flashpoint, and they'd probably leave CC2 in, and then they'd still try the Reaper. So I'm guessing we'll see a change. We don't have any updates just yet on if said change is coming through or not.
Yeah, I think it's because you have that many player swaps, just taking extra minutes before we actually jump in. Talking Jungle Queen, I think potential maps are maybe even Runasapi, New Queen Street, so certainly a good map for Jungle Queen. The two push maps, other than those, can't really tell exactly.
Runasapi. Okay. Not shocking, but I would have thought that if we were going to a push map, it would have been Colosseo, just based on their strengths, but...
Yeah, Runasapi is one map that even the Korean players tried some Sojourns with, especially the first robot place to run in the central plaza. There are spots where you can experiment with a lot more energy and going back and forth. maybe go for that long railgun shot with the chase of Lucio. Were the moments that we were able to see yesterday from Korea. Will there be a repeat? And can Lazuli come back? Namekuji brothers leading the series with 1-0. Are we going to see the miracle?
That's when the bull get the horns.
Decorations on top. The googly eyes.
Yeah, for some reason they didn't take the googly eyes out of the bulls.
Yeah, I thought it was for April Fools only.
Oh.
Well, something's just say.
Those 2% Namekuji brothers be good right now. G-Clef.
They're getting a lot of points.
Yeah. I did see the channel point vote was like 99-1.
Really?
So
okay.
That's for English alone, maybe but even higher on the
Man.
Japanese side.
I do want to check out what's happening on the chat now.
But
yeah, quick. Leo.
Okay. Leo is playing that Joker Queen, but it's going to be Dive with Sojourn. Namekuji brothers are playing the standard Korean double flex. Well, I mean, depends on if you classify Brigida as a flex. Some people do, some people don't. Depends on when you start watching, but was it DPS once? But anyway, Lazuli, let's see what they can get done on this first fight. That's the point on lock. Shui has a huge opportunity if he can get into the support line, but tough, obviously, with the Brigida.
Change onto Sojourn, it's easier to gain energy, and the energy stays on for a longer duration, but the railgun damage nerf is still very effective. So she's still not up to S tier. But in terms of the first fight, second shout, and Lazuli, they will actually deliver even after what it seemed like from the jump pad. They took a lot of damage initially, but I think the Genji swift strike into the last target really well.
Yeah, Leonoptrix with a really good chase and follow there onto Euclid as well to take out the Brig. Once the Brig is gone, or even if she doesn't die, she gets out of position. She has a lot more agency there. The second shout you mentioned, keeping Hidden alive after the Sleep Dart connected. So just a really good re-engage there from Lazuli, and the push is rolling. Hidden is chunked out, barely gets out of there. Good heals from Nevis.
Yeah, there's one
rapidly approaching that ult.
Must piece damage with the railgun. Not enough to finish him. Good blade. Knows exactly where he's hiding from. Yeah, great purple coming down from Manera. Them back around the corner. That was actually a critical timing on UJ. Single digit health. Taken down. And Kiru just jumped on top. And after that, if they keep on losing, even without the Winston, the backline, there's no escape against the Lucio, against the Power Split, the Genji.
Yeah, and now they have 5 ultimates to work with here. So do Namekuji, but they have 4, right? Euclid's a little bit late, but they have a ton of ults too. That's what I'm getting at here. They can nearly match. Just that Lazuli have so much control that if they trade ultimates and the Namekuji brothers have nothing left, they need to win 2 team fights realistically to even challenge the first checkpoint. That's the concern, is here comes the Nano.
But after
Piece
the
is
Nano,
down.
Sound barrier. Shui blade. It's time a bit late, a bit after. A good whiff to gain distance. Some time gained by. It doesn't matter at all. Team fight was already over on the other side.
Yeah, the whip was clean as we have a team kill. The whip was good, but ultimately, like, if you don't have Bash, you don't have the staying power against a Genji who's just bladed on top of you. Hidden's been so good on the Sojourn. He's got so much experience on it too. Played it when it was very meta last stage. And I mean, they really only used 2 ultimates for this Namekuji brothers trade too.
Kick rush to respond. Dive coming in from Namekuji, and wow, what a rampage on the back line, and they're just running away. Genji to help the extra damage that they require. There's raged up Monkey on the other side, getting hidden to get more. No extra healing coming out from the back line for Namekuji. It is just the Monkey here. Can come back from the respawn. A good purple.
Leo very low.
Yeah, good wave. Respawn coming back. Mantara again with a good purple.
It's tough to finish push. I mean, that's practically impossible for most teams in really competitive matches. And Namekuji brothers have really showcased that this match is competitive more than we expected. But they need to win more than just 1 fight in order to get back control. And Lazuli just letting the bot push back so they can play around with Hidden's overclock here that he's got on high ground, right on the robot. They don't need to finish the map. They just need to maintain distance advantage, and Hidden's going to do just that.
Yeah, by 5 minutes if they can against the rally. piece around the side, but you play it on first. With the overclock, will power slide in. And with the extra, nowhere to hide against Leo. This has been the game for both. A little bit of dive along with the Tracer from Namekuji brothers. Winston getting a kill, but not much more than a kill.
Yeah. And they're going to have a nano. But again, sound barrier is almost ready for Kiru, who's been building this so quickly.
And you sometimes, people disregard the damage coming up from the Junker Queen because she's a tank. But with the dagger, the Savage, and can deliver so much, even after double kill.
Especially with good coordination, really good speed boosts. So that's a big dynamite. Here comes the barrier. They've got that advantage. They are looking to crush this fight, potentially end.
Yep, you know when a soldier dives in with the sound, with the power slide, you know that the team fight is going towards one way. Bit of a trade though from the back piece. And Raged Up Monkey still here. The respawn should come soon enough from the wave. And not much of a push actually from the robot getting distance.
Rampage angle
Coming in soon. Great sleep dart.
played.
On the back and with the deflect. Great timing from Shui.
You know what, G-Clef? They just are going to finish this map. They just are going to
That'll
finish
be
it. Lazuli are going to bring us to a 1-1 after what was a very odd roster setup going into the first map that kind of fell flat. They crushingly win the second map. Wasn't even close. Never really lost a decisive team fight. There was like one fight the Namekuji brothers had an advantage on, and then they were like, no, we back up, we play high ground. And this is one of those maps where Hidden shows his stuff, right? This is the map where he's like, okay, back on Sojourn, I play that half the year, super good on this pick still, extremely punishing, overclocks were good, the zoning was real. And then you have that coupled with Leonoptrix playing Junker Queen, which we've talked about just moments ago. He's one of our best. When he was on Insomnia last season, played it a ton when no one else was. He was like, no, I'm still playing this. It's still relevant. Has such good coordination with Kiru, getting the speed boost. He goes through the damage you mentioned. You can definitely feel it as they just burst down the brig. She can't get out. She's super slow. And they just ran circles around Namekuji brothers in the second map.
And it was so quickly done in fashion that only Winston survived and everyone else just didn't really, it almost seemed like they didn't really matter what they were doing from the back line of Namekuji. Lazuli, a total different team after the swap. We were talking, she should just go back to DPS and they would look fine. Look what happened. That was a total different stomp. It was such a stomp that it didn't even look like much of a contest, to be honest, and push. And of course, Nepal was delivered from Namekuji, but I think that might just be it. And after the two maps, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, let's see where we go after that 1-1. Welcome back, everyone. We're in the middle of Lazuli versus Namekuji Brothers first series. We have 1-1, but after that change, Namekuji Brothers just falling like pieces from the skies, meteors coming down from the sky, and
Burned up by the atmosphere.
we're seeing the tails of that burn.
Little trail coming through.
And looks like they're still falling down. As long as Lazuli stays with this roster, I think we're just leading into a 3-1. That push was one of the fastest push I've ever seen from Japan.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this like maybe like 4 times this year here in Asia where we see a push that fast. I obviously haven't caught all of the Pacific games, but maybe it happened like once or twice there too. But I don't think it's unwinnable or anything like that for Namekuji Brothers because they have really clutch players on this roster. I feel like Necessel is looking a lot better. Like his improvement has really been felt throughout the last 2 weeks. That being said, that Shui guy, when he's not playing
Not on
Lucio,
Lucio.
yeah, he looks pretty good. Like he did the last 5 games.
Turns out Genji does a lot more damage than Lucio still, even after all that patch.
Yeah.
So Lucio can certainly add a lot more to the dive. So we've been seeing not Violet though, because Violet hasn't been playing Lucio much. He's actually playing a lot more Kiriko because of how the Korean players are reacting differently in the maps. But we see a lot more just Winston Lucio or Tracer Lucio, just duo dive into the backline and they will just sweep in a couple of seconds.
If you're MFC Diva Lucio. So we're going to King's Row, the classic G-Club. I love King's Row. If King's Row was the Samoa, I'd be like, I'm here for it, you know? If it was played every game, I'd be like, yes.
What's your favorite classic map?
Probably King's Row, honestly.
Really?
Yeah, King's Row. Numbani has a special place in my heart, too.
Numbani. Oh,
yeah.
That's right, Numbani. I forgot. My favorite, King's Row or Dorado. Either one of the two. Yeah, some good memories on Dorado playing Junkrat.
I have also
old days.
I have some fond memories of, believe it or not, Temple of Anubis. I really enjoyed that map a lot. But you know.
What's that map again? What'd you say?
Yeah, a
Anubis?
little 2 CP.
There's a map like
little
that?
2 CP. Yeah, I liked it.
I don't recall
enjoyed
that map being in Overwatch. One time, Lazuli with the same roster. Let's see what they can do. Especially on that. Genji looks very strong. Namekuji Brothers got some work to do on this map. And they've chose attack, Namekuji Brothers.
Okay, attack first. See a pop-up from New Jeans. Hidden is playing the Sojourn again. They're sticking with this comp. I think obviously with how it went on the last map, totally reasonable. And on defense can be really good when you are able to kind of, if Hidden is getting enough chip damage done, the Nocturx can actually re-engage in the choke. As we'll swap over.
He's Genji.
Yeah,
Tracer.
I think he should probably stick with the Tracer for now. He will do so. I mean, the Genji's not bad in this comp, but very risky.
And attacking Echo would also be okay.
Agreed.
Because after finding out the comp, there can be some changes made.
So Leo can just play around the hotel and constantly harass and then go back to his teammates. So Necessel is hoping for some burst damage here on this Mauga. I actually really like this comp now.
Yeah, Mauga sustained and the break change came through after checking the comp from Namekuji Brothers. Hidden. Finds the card. Might have to partial line back. Towards the side. It's really done.
It's an anti-hidden comp. It's really hard for him to find access, although he's just going to get away with this flank.
He's trying, but he might be found immediately into the buffet. Mauga's still around the statue. And in the back room, oh, no one actually actively contesting. And never mind, Rick was up here. Almost traded. Tracer's doing work. Leo all the way up in the window. And the shot points was empty for a few seconds.
They don't get a tick. Lazuli just in time with the re-engage there. If you get Leonoptrix there, it's amazing. If you kill Hidden, who also was in harm's way at very low, maybe you end up winning that out, but ultimately Lazuli just kind of do this ring around the Rosie as Nujine's going to swap over to Hanzo again here and hope to outrange and burst down the tank. The problem is Hidden has so much agency against him, and if he gets around this corner, he's going to be under fire.
I like the idea of having Lucio a lot more mobile, but Eugene's Hanzo. Yeah, in the rotation. Quick pick from Putin. Everyone in the cafe means that you can just go in and do all the work. Lazuli, they had all the tools, even some area damage available.
And you can't get caught like that as Lucio pushing through. You know, you can speed boost and then go around, just finding himself face first into a pulse bomb there. And obviously a bit of a late swap here, but look at his ult charge compared to Kiru's. Kiru's going to have that one ready for this next defense. And that comp has no way of dealing with this Sojourn at all. Now they're swapping over to a little bit more of a dive setup here with this Venture, but even they aren't going to be able to close the gap. As you can see.
Big Rampage. They want to go all the way in. Wall was intentional, of course. Has the Matrix, but is that a little too much spending? Matrix does come back soon enough. I think all the big tool they're really waiting for Namekuji Brothers is the cage. But a lot of time already burnt, only 115 left.
Oh, and they're on the wrong side of the point as well. This is very awkward for Peace, who's completely cut off. May be able to rejoin, but just going to be a lot of lost time here.
This has to be one really good cage, at least trapping 2 or more. But lots of mobile heroes.
I mean,
from
the
Lazuli.
barrier may just shut it down entirely.
Look, there's the overrun, but no one around him. So he's trying to cage. That's 2. But the sound mirror comes out from Kiru, keeping himself. Everyone around him still good to go. Gets taken down, but better trade for Lazuli again. So much resources and speed boost just to get the cage out, and it's not a successful attack again. Namekuji Brothers less than 35 seconds now.
The irony is that, yes, you got a solo sound barrier out of Kiru. He doesn't actually barrier the rest of the team, but you're also trapped away from your teammates when you're in that cage, and then the rest of the team just wraps around while the sound barrier keeps Lucio alive. Ends up being a disaster. Necessal on a late Doomfist swap with a sound barrier. It is winnable here, for sure, especially if that Tectonic Shock can come out, but they need to kill Hidden. He's just been untouched, and he's going in.
The quick in, overclock on from the back. Hidden Leo, that's already 2 kills. 5 seconds to go, and sound barrier not happening for Namekuji Brothers, and I think this is done deal already. The quick attack Tectonic, maybe you can get some done piece. Not gonna happen, hidden from the top. More extra contest, the Dragon Strike all the way from the back. But with the boop, makes it in. Another overtime, but that's just a relay of what's about to come. And that should do it, full cap from Lazuli.
Not a single tick, 0% full hold. And Euclid gets picked again in a critical moment. Without his sound barrier, they can't win the fight. And it's because Hidden just engages first. And it almost felt like Lazuli were like, does he even have sound barrier? Like, we've picked him so many times. He did. And they were like, well, if he's not going to use it to then push the Doomfist in, we'll just go first because maybe he doesn't have it. And then they pick him, preventing him from utilizing it. And it was just a really fantastic overclock there. Hidden rushing through. No lockdown, no punish.
Old Hearthstone.
Yeah, look at the
Secret Paladin, like 1/1/1s.
Look at the deck too. It looks like a starter deck. +1 spell power, like Ogre.
Yeah, the two taunt.
What's the 3 mana on the right side that's like gives everyone +1 attack? I don't even remember what that card was called.
And the taunt?
That looked like some Hearthstone beta right there, G Cliff. Yeah, the taunt,
They should upgrade that for the future. And
Silverback Patriarch, maybe?
Yeah, Hex was saying that they should turn that into Battlegrounds. That's a new thing.
Yeah.
I tried it a couple times. A little too hard. And lots of changes.
Okay. Lazuli, all they need is 1 tick. They might get this on the first push because Namekuji Brothers aren't going to be able to react to the Pharaoh. This might just be a Sonic Arrow out and then swap back to the Pharaoh once they see the comp.
Oh, they're going to try the double snipe again.
Yeah, because if you get a single pick, like, that's just it.
Yeah, that's GG.
You can swap now. Tracer, Sojourn, not going to run the Pharaoh because Nugene does kind of have a decent answer to it. And they're already with Leo on the point.
Putting pressure. As members for Namekuji. Few members around the alley, they have to conjoin. The purple. Loving the Bionades from Menhera. Timings has been really good. Eugene's on the back, so it won't be a tick. Fully coming through. Gage back down. Good contest on the window.
It's a lot of ult charge from Menhera, but they don't have time for that. They need to win this fight straight up.
Lazuli got the rotational time because of that damage. More contest. And 2 men down. This might just be it, unless Peace and Eugene's on top with the DPS, and that's almost the thing. Peace, but with the Leo just stands there and just shouts out, saying, "Okay, you can do all that, but we've got a Junker Queen, and that is it. A quick King's Row."
Leonoptrix, somebody said like,
Bam!
"Wait, do they have a contest?" And he goes, "No!" He shouts, and they just shoots him in the face, like goodbye. It was a body shot, I think, in the end, but yeah, that was a very similar look to our second map, and there were some big problems, like Euclid constantly getting picked was a bit of a consistent issue. And then in that last fight, when the double sniper came out, they were like, whoa, 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 back off. And they just gave complete control of the point. And even with the DPS players still swapping, Leonoptrix is like, well, I see there's nobody here, steps on the point, forces them out, then they get that rotation in, Hidden and Shui clean up house pretty quickly. And it's just that simple. Like, it's just that simple. And Lazuli, with this roster, are running circles around Namekuji brothers. And this is the series we kind of expected, right? Game 1 was pretty weird. They had a DPS player on support. Shui was like, I'm messing around. I'm playing Lucio. Playing a little bit of Hanzo. Or sorry, Reaper. And Hanzo, both, but mostly the Reaper. And you go back to normal roster, and this is kind of like on pace for the 3-0 we expected coming into this series. Mm-hmm. And I think it is going to be a 1-3 with this roster. I think that this roster, you know, the scoreline is going to be 3-0, ultimately outside of control if this continues, because this is just absolute domination.
It's also kind of crazy how couple swaps, but Shui going back from the support into DPS just create this much of a power gap in the team. It's almost like a total different team, which shouldn't really happen in theory, but it actually does. That's the crazy part. And also, Yuji-sen's Hanzo, in Nepal, close quarters, in closed, when you're inside, there's less and lots of chokes, so Hanzo does work a lot better. But it's King's Row, so maybe the Sonic, if you're really, really good Hanzo, even if you're having a really good day, it just doesn't hit as much. And I don't think even as a Hanzo main and a big-time favorite on Hanzo for years and years of Overwatch.
Hanzo propagandist over here.
It's a meta for Hanzo, and one headshot, 225, gone. But still, as you can see, only on certain maps, and only if you're really good.
And only if one of the best long-range hit scam players in the league is not on the other side, outranging you and sniping you. Yeah, I think I would say probably against Leonoptrix, with his hero pool right now, don't go to Flashpoint. Maybe play Shimbali. I think that could be a good pick.
Yeah, any of the escort, I think, will be the better choice.
Yeah, Circuit Royale is probably a good option. Honestly, even Junkertown, if you can actually, you know, if you think you can match Hitscan, like that could be a way to play it. Dorado, I think, is just completely off the cards. Like, do not attempt Dorado.
Junkertown will be tough. Can you play ball or Sigma? I think it's up to the tank and how well can you handle those couple of other. It's not off heroes anymore, but still, we were talking even during the break and early before we went into this matchup. The tank hero pool has to be large in this meta. It really does. At least you have to be a really good Winston, decent ball player, and willing to be able to go into Ramatra, Junker Queen, and who am I missing? Orisa, and maybe even Mauga. So it's actually very tough for a solo player to pull off that many heroes.
If it's any Overwatch meta that isn't GOATs, I think the one hero you need to be always able to have it both in your pool as the tank player and with your supports being able to play around this comp is Winston. Almost always. If you're playing any sort of dive comp in modern Overwatch, Winston is going to be at the helm, right? You're playing Orisa, Rush, something like that. Sure, it gets a little bit more nuanced. Orisa used to be really strong last season. We saw a meta in Japan where Doomfist dominated the meta. But for most of time, Winston's just he's too strong. He's too strong with Ana, too strong against Ana, too strong against all hit scan heroes, has the bubble, has a ton of utility. His ultimate gives you point control. Like, you've got to be really good at Winston. I think the Cecil has improved a lot. I will give him that. I said that earlier too. I think he's improved a lot. But this team is trying to do other stuff right now, trying to figure out their own way, one step at a time. We went from only hog Namekuji Bros comp for Namekuji Bros to okay, we're flexing a little bit. We've improved as a roster. The roster is stronger, but still some question marks. Is Sakame will be coming in?
Yeah, Sakame is still very strong for Lazuli. Yeah, maybe that's not much of a change unless we see other members getting changed, swapped back in.
I'm gonna say probably not,
unless we go into Escort and then CC2 or Flashpoint, then CC2 might just come back and try the Reaper again. I think that's the idea. If Namekuji chose Flashpoint,
I think the only other sub we could see is that Nevis is then in for Kiru.
No, I guess that's it. No more graphics.
I think that's it. So I think they could literally play anything with this. But Sakame is back in.
Yeah, anything, anywhere. And should still be, with as long as Shui stays in the in DPS.
I'm worried that this means that they're just going to put Sakame on Ana. And that means that they pick Dorado. And it's going to be a Winston mirror, which I'm really worried about for all the reasons we just mentioned.
I think Leo can, even on Dorado, if they still keep that Genji, like the comp they showed from Push, can still be Junker Queen.
Oh, no.
Oh, how'd you know?
Well, I just feel like that's the one thing where I'm like, okay, why would you want Sakame in unless you wanted him to play Ana on Dorado?
Yeah, defensive first, probably.
This is it's a really risky call because Hidden is absolutely gapping his opposition on hit scan, whether it's the Sojourn or the Ashe. And on defense, you're going to have that high ground control. Guess what? It doesn't get easier because when you get to B, he also gets high ground control he can play around. And then, wouldn't you know it, on C, long sightlines there too. It's the perfect meta to be like, I am way better than my opposition at long range hit scan, whether it's Ashe, whether it's Sojourn, doesn't matter. And they opted into it. And that is a risky call, I think, here from Namekuji Bros.
Yep. Certainly a map still where Tracer can rotate so quickly, not as quickly for the second point. But that's usually where cracks starts to happen. Lazuli about to finish this with a 3-1. A map choice from Namekuji Brothers. Dorado is the escort map. Will be going in. Let's see what happens in our fourth map.
So, on defense.
Caught on camera.
Sojourn Tracer, Leonoptrix Winston, Sakame Ana. This is what I expected. Makes me worried for Namekuji. Let's see what their answer is going to be. Because if it's just to play straight up mirror what Lazuli is showing, play the Korean Brigida Ana comp with the Winston, it's a big confidence move. Like it's saying, actually I can do this. Or maybe it's saying, if I can't do this, we need to improve as a team. I want to at least give it one go. But the risk is so great. You know, the gap is so large. I feel like New Jeans is not matching Hidden in any way. And concerned, he's going to look for a Widow opportunity here. Don't think we'll stay on this for too long.
Yeah, the Vessel. Yeah, quick Winston. You do need to contest the roof.
There he goes.
And not going for the own building roof, going for the backline roof first. It has to, yeah, if you do that, you have to jump back.
You're so much more vulnerable as the Sojourn in these comps, but he's just protected by the Brig. He's got his bodyguard.
Yeah, oftentimes you have to defend the Tracer on top. Not really forced, he chose to come down himself, Hidden. That quick shot, piece. This attack a little weaker now. Leo was saved, just checking, giving some information to the team after he hears all the footsteps. Is he breaking the bubble first? Disruptor shot on the back because they're all clumped up together.
Purple is pretty decent here. Not enough punish.
Slightly better time on the back, but still. Yeah, not as much healing delivered because Leo and Shui was doing so much work onto this backline. They ended up surviving.
I mean, there's been some good purples here from Menhera, but unfortunately no one's dealing with Hidden. And this has just been a constant theme. He's just able to do so much. And like you said, the Cecil going so deep, Menhera didn't have line of sight to save him. Shui's taken out, so that's a pretty big win here because they have spawn advantage. It's traded again, Menhera down. He has nano, but
it's Tracer. It's Tracer coming back.
You're absolutely right. And this situation just looks so...
Let's look at the trading time with the ultimates. The nano, the rage coming back soon. UJ should also have the Bob soon enough.
He's gonna have to try to. Oh,
Stick. Cover.
Primal out.
Has to use the nano for it and the rally.
Look at him, he's like, cool, Winston, I'm still shooting you.
It's a big win for Namekuji. At the moment, if they can keep on sustaining. That's one first start. Sakumi down. Nano.
They got the high
Winston.
ground. That's a big win.
Yeah, everyone actually jumped back already.
They're just gonna concede the point and, or not the actual capture point, but concede the point of high ground here. Sweet. Unseen, very sneaky.
Purity camera angle. They don't even have the pulse. It's willing to let go. Waiting for the teammates to be in range. Almost went for the one clip. Not as strong after the hotfix patch.
Okay,
Oh,
so
2 down.
this was a greedy gamble from Lazuli. It absolutely did not pay off. The idea there is bait the coach gun, go for the follow-up. I mean, they were able to bait the coach gun out of New Jeans, but Beast is now down. And that is a very early cap here for Namekuji, all things considered. And it is going to be, obviously, Lazuli cleaning up, but the idea there with Shui is, okay, I helped burst down the Ash. Leonoptrix get him, but he couldn't get in there. He couldn't follow up. They didn't have nano. They still have a lot of control right now. We'll be able to operate on that high ground I was talking about towards B. The risky gamble gives Namekuji Brothers a real fighting chance.
He's got points. Some decent time bank, about 3 minutes. Namekuji fighting high ground, fighting against the high ground. Could be very hard with this comp. Last piece. Let's deliver once again with his pulse. Some great game-changing pulses. Lazuli off to a weird rotation. Total displacement of the back line.
I mean, we're just seeing insane greed. Like,
Yeah,
Giden's on this crazy flank, and now he's going to die, and he was completely disconnected from Kiru. And this is such a free push, but more than the push, because they're obviously not going to cap off of this, this gives Namekuji Brothers high ground.
No one's pushing.
Yeah, so, you know, ultimately, what Namekuji Brothers wanted, the real prize was the high ground. The push comes second. Now they have high ground. They can push. And look at this. Very difficult to contest for Lazuli. They have to put their win stop as a huge nade comes through.
No follow-up. No big follow-up, though. As Nano Rage up. Stun. Pushing all the way back, so the push keeps on happening. They can't lose the high ground, so the Tracer is the only one pushing, I think, still. So the speed is not as fast. How long can the monkey survive? Taken down by Hidden. Some good push, but not as fast. And on that high ground, well, I don't know if they actually did too much.
Yeah, they really didn't, to be honest. I'm with you because they went really deep on that dive, and they were able to recover from the Bionade, and then they were like, okay, well, I think now's the time to go in. They commit on the Cecil, send him into the back line, at least, or so they thought. But they could have just sat back and let their slow push come through. They have enough of a time bank to where that's still a viable strat, because now you give him the high ground back. And your time bank is severely diminished on top of that. A really risky call. Saw blood in the water, did not come up with anything. Now you can see New Jeans is trying to find his own angle here, but he's not firing at the enemy Sojourn, who is ripping them apart.
It's a hard placement for the Bob, and maybe after this corner it's easier towards a second point.
Okay, they've got a nice wraparound. They've got the whole squad around. Rally's out.
Lid. Rally, no ram. No rampage. No nano available yet, but if you can get picks like that, New Jeans will stay up here.
Yeah, they were able to make that full wraparound work with a really nice rally, making it difficult to punish. And I think Lazuli got a little bit caught off guard by that. That was a really clean setup there. They lost high ground off the last fight, but knew exactly how to retake it. Clean from Namekuji. That's going to miss. That's also a big boon for them.
Now the Bob's going to have so much more effect.
Absolutely.
In this open area. Good hold by New Jeans. And that big win before was crucial. For the second and the pulse bomb connects. That's 2 down. Namekuji, their DPS lineup. Max outputs. Yeah, look at Winston. For Winston, you can take shots all day. The railgun's not as strong. You got the teammates behind you. Catching the late death rotation.
I mean, Lazuli are getting split spawned here. This is kind of a disaster, and Namekuji is really riding this momentum right now. Bob's still available. Nanobu's still available. A lot of greed out of Lazuli with some of the flanks they were taking. They just did not respect Namekuji Brothers, and they will be absolutely punished. Namekuji just playing smart. And this is what I wanted to see. If you're going to pick Dorado, be able to match them with your own wins top, and they certainly are.
Great place. We're hit it. Nano early up, and Leo breaking the back line into half.
Finally Sakame is able to set Leo up for success there. Finds the back line without rally. No survivability there. No sleep dart. They do clean up. They get the team kill. And the cart is finally halted. Just 56 meters. So close.
Yeah, 30 seconds left. With a better trade, I think. Down rally only from Lazuli. They still have some big tools. Overclock Rage. Primal Rage available from Leo. Here it is. Trying to put them out. At least trapping Ana. Disruptor shot on the side. Or just to find time because the time's taking 10 seconds. Winston alive, hit it. Overclock? Not yet. Going to hold it.
No one can touch.
And they manage to keep them outside. 2 and 56 meters.
A nice attempt there at the end, but a little bit too late. Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's some really big points here in that Lazuli played really greedy with some of their fights. And Hidden in particular, I think, was really feeling himself, and he was like, okay, I'm going to take this crazy flank angle, but left his team out to dry a little bit. And that happened when we got the A cap and then the first fight where Namekuji got high ground. But when they lost high ground, when you and I were talking about, you kind of discussed, oh, I don't think they really did that much with the high ground. From then on, though, it was all them. Like, them retaking the high ground, playing really well around that dive. Fantastic rally. Namekuji brothers really did it through their own merits rather than Lazuli's greed for a lot of that. But then eventually ran out of steam. Lazuli had that really nice nano. They absolutely can close the series out now if they play better. Namekuji brothers are going to be sticking with this Ashe Tracer on the defense. I think obviously quite strong here, as we were talking about before. Let's see if Lazuli are just going to match the Ashe or if they still want to keep Hidden on Sojourn, because it's a little bit tougher when you have to contest high ground with the Sojourn because you can't get onto the high ground very easily. Ashe obviously has the ability to just get herself up there all the time, and if you end up having a good dive, you can follow the dive with the Ashe, set up a dynamite. She's not a dive hero, but she does do well with dive. We're going to start with the Widow, but I am curious what Hidden's answer is going to be, because I would actually prefer the Ashe here, even though he's been playing so much Sojourn.
Let's see. First point, can't really get too much done from the Soldier, but if you can get it, there was almost a double tap. He didn't try to go for it. After that much pressure into Tracer, it's a great start. What a pioneer again from Menhera. Exactly at the timing where Lazuli wanted to jump, along with the Winston. Finally, it's not just hitting multiple targets, it's about the timing, pairing up with the teammates, and stopping the opponents. And Menhera has been doing a fantastic job all series. Some good tests. He might be switching that Widow soon enough.
Yeah, I was going to say the first time to swap the Widow, the first best time to swap the Widow was after the failed pop-up. The second time is now.
Behind the shield.
Yeah,
Winston's the only target you can literally shoot at.
Yeah, you're not really offering any utility with this one. A little bit of greed here from Hidden again. Might want to just swap to the Ashe.
Want some rotational time for Lazuli to come up here as a team.
Okay, this is starting to get a little crazy.
And because Nazazo took so much damage, this rotation actually works. Bought that time to get the amount of healing, and the payload has been pushing towards the choke. A couple seconds burned. Now no rally this time. Here we're down, but that's a trade. Better for Lazuli.
Finally, Hidden has some good line of sight here. Just wants to rejoin with his teammates. Don't watch the Widow here.
Yeah, if you can get the second platform, it would be really good. Double covering. Zessel.
Okay, we have to discuss it because everything I just talked about with the lack of utility for Widow was kind of on display there. He gets one opportunity, one line of sight, one headshot, and then we watch this first-person view and he's like, well, I still can't shoot anybody. Oh no, my team's in trouble. And he's still not going to swap, G-Clev.
Yeah, it's back to ground zero. Payload, of course, a little further.
But, I mean, if he gets his ult, it'll be easier.
Don't know about this, Wolf. Rally. Might be able to keep him a little longer. Shui's balls going wide, but the piece. Better trade from Shui. Still there. Tracer. Bit of a contest with Leo on top. And there's still the platform. Tracer is pushing.
Yeah, somebody has to come and contest this. I mean, they have players. Okay, finally Euclid will come.
It bought them so much more space. And Namekuji had to come back with the back lineup, the sports. After losing a couple of members, so that back push ended up working really well in terms of rotational work.
That's not going to commit the primal here. They really want to stop this card. Getting some momentum back with this, actually. Maybe even get a 3K?
Oh,
yeah.
but card is pushing. Someone has to be touching. Yeah, that's piece. And against the monkey, Tracer alone can't do the damage.
Hidden is actually still not going to swap. Okay, finally swaps over to Cassidy. I was about to lose my mind, G-Clef, because it is all fun and games until you go to game 5 because you refuse to swap. Now he's got the burst damage at least required. Pulse, he's going to miss.
On the wall, good sleep dart.
Burn Nano.
On point. Nano, so they will gain some ground. But after that, can you actually do more? Good hack on Tracer, but no instant kill from UJ. Bit of hectic moment as Hidden's still alive in the back. And this should be the manageable push, even with the hack, less damage now, with members going down. Translocates away with the Nano, and Sombra alone cannot do it. The Winston just pushes her back off the payload.
So Nugeen's, even though he has an EMP, he should just swap to get high ground control.
Yeah, exactly.
So he is going to do it. Don't be fooled by that old charge because just was never going to be a strong hero pick in this scenario. You need to get back control of high ground as soon as possible, especially because Hidden's on Cassidy. You just cannot give him that control. Stick is huge! And now Hidden is out of the fight. He may even consider a swap here because fighting this Cassidy into high ground Ashe is going to be a nightmare into Winston dive as well. As Leo gets slept again. Big nade, though.
Yes.
On both sides.
Yeah, great fire nades got traded 3 for 3. So that really put a stop to the extra jump that Leo was trying to attempt. Yeah, a bit of a contest onto the card just to buy time for the respawns. And Hidden!
This is not the swap I had in mind, but I think it is going to potentially be an opportunity.
If you can hit the shots, this is actually, you can get better sighting after the hook on the points. That's all. He's been playing a lot better of a Winston suddenly on Dorado.
I mean, he really is. I mean, especially considering there's no great answer for him. Now they've swapped off the Cassidy, don't have the coach gun anymore. As Free Reign gets back that high ground.
But he didn't use to show the reasons behind his picks. That could have been delicious. Only takes a bite out of it. This side, some potentials.
Pick onto the Cecil is big. Down he goes.
Yeah, extra burst damage. Can jump back. That's a huge opening. Shui covering his teammates' output by just landing everything on his own, inside on.
They have nano boost advantage here. Namekuji brothers.
Oh, the purple on the back with the combo. The dive is insane.
That was so clean. That actually kind of saves this for Lazuli. Because that means no nano boost here on the defense. And unfortunately, Nugeen's is disconnected. Great play from Sakuman, Leo Noptrix there. Cleaning up the backline before Namekuji brothers can go for that real contest because they had the tools, absolutely. And now, a pretty decent time bank here to finish the map, and it was extremely efficient there from Lazuli.
Yeah, no, Wolf, I could feel Namekuji brothers, both of the ports, thinking about pushing that big button. Do I use the nano? Do I use the rally? But they both didn't. Let's see what that ends up as we go into potential finish for Lazuli. Comes back, still safe. They're both teams willing to fight in the small hallway here instead of the wide version. A good sleep through that bubble. Burning both and the rage.
And Hidden finding
That much time gained by the teammates, but Hidden not really coming on top, getting threatened.
That was way overzealous though from Necessal. Yeah, good cover indeed. Pieces down now. Big overextension means Lazuli are poised to close this out.
Bob going inside that small stairs, not really helping out the team too much. And that just headshot should do it.
Doomfist is not going to touch. And that is Lazuli winning the series. Got a little bit close for comfort there in the NG clip. I was very concerned with Hidden just saying, I'm not going to swap to a different hero. I'm just going to play Widowmaker. I think, you know, the tragedy of it all, I feel like, is when we saw Namekuji brothers have their best team fights, their next fights were a little bit shaky. It's almost like the moment they got confidence and had a clutch play, the next one was a big whoopsie. And we did see the Winston dive there, that last attempt, fall flat on its face after the previous Leonoptrix dive was fantastic. Both Ana players playing an amazing game. Tons of bio value in terms of setting up purples, but also healing up their teammates. Nanoboost timings were good. And, like, I hate to keep harping on this, but it almost feels like they won that map despite Hidden not swapping off the Widow. Now, there is inherent value, like, don't get me wrong, in having a Widowmaker. Just because you aren't hitting shots and you're sometimes just body-shotting a Winston doesn't mean you're doing nothing, because you're keeping the enemy Ashe back, you're zoning them out a lot, you're buying a lot of space for your Winston. It's still very valuable, but I think it could have done it with Ashe and then offered Dynamite utility, then Bob utility. So, I wasn't sold on it, to be honest, but ultimately, still enough to get them over the line.
Yeah, if it was Hidden on Tracer, Shui on Genji, I think we could have seen a total different display of power coming out from Lazuli, just like they did on Push. But I think the Dorado was a map maybe they didn't really prepare as much. It's a rare map pick coming out from all the including all the other Japanese teams throughout the season. So maybe they didn't really have like the perfect comp that they had prepared on Dorado. So just went, okay, Hidden, I feel confident on Widow. Just let me do it, and okay, go for it. It seems like we're leading 2-1 right now. It seems like it's really hard to lose against this team comp of Namekuji brothers. And also Leo, going back to the Winston, some good contest. But I think Nozessel really showed his potential for that near-perfection Winston, pressuring really well. It seemed like he had a much better understanding of Dorado as a map overall. Maybe his opinion was put into the map choice a lot more for Namekuji this time.
Yeah, it definitely felt like Namekuji brothers silenced me a little bit, and me saying I don't think they'll be able to match because they had a really good read. Play was a lot cleaner. Maybe they've just really been spamming games on this map and trying to prove they can play this comp. They feel more comfortable on this map than the others. Still got outclassed ultimately, but they really put up a better fight than I expected, because this was the one map I was like, probably don't do that. They did it. It was very close. If they had won a few more of those clutch team fights that went very close, or had they been able to be a little bit more patient on that last defense, it looked like for a moment maybe they were going to pull it off. We'll see what player of the match is. I think a lot of eyes on Hidden, but I think Sakume also a great choice. Leonoptrix also a great choice. Leonoptrix, there was a pretty large tank diff.
Yeah, mostly from his Jungle Queen, I believe. Commanding shout timing. And Jack's blade hit. It's a really hard skill shot, but he ended up landing so many.
Yeah, you watch Leo play and it looks easy and almost looks easy. Targeted, but it's
so
not.
Hard.
It is really hard.
I try Jungle Queen all the time, but those blades just miss.
Leonoptrix will join the list here. He's only got the one.
And tied for 5. Oh, so many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 players.
He also denies Hidden solo first place of PTO.
Well,
POTM.
I think after that Widow may not be the best day for Hidden to get that POTM.
I think leading up until that final map, you know,
maybe
his Sojourn was to me the most high impact hero that we had in the server. But yeah, ultimately the Widow did leave a sour taste, I think, in a lot of people's mouths. And Leonoptrix, I think, was very consistent across all 3 maps they won. The first map, he looked pretty decent as well, but obviously there were a lot of weird things happening in that one. But it was not a 3-0, but with that roster, the main roster, playing their main positions, it was, G-Clef.
Yeah, it was. And 3-1, a promising sign for Namikuji next week, or even against some of the harder matches coming up next, Insomnia and Yam Gaming. Very tough teams to go up against. But we're not done here. One more match to go through. Last match of the day, Varrel versus REVATI. And welcome back, everyone. We're still here for the last match of the night. Varrel versus Ravati will be the last one. Varrel, big favorite of this matchup, and Ravati, let's see what they can do. They've been having your favorite Hofak right in there.
I go, yeah.
But not as strong compared to last season, I think. Maybe his hero pool lacking a little bit of firepower.
We have seen a little bit of the return of Sojourn. And everybody knows Hofak's Sojourn is legendary.
Legendary, but the railgun's not as strong anymore, Wolf. And
Tell that
maybe
to the GOAT.
The GOAT to Hofak?
Or Nozzle, or Undersea.
Or
to me, which you just did.
Okay.
I think
so
the
I just have to
railgun,
say three more times. Yes, the railgun?
The railgun is quite strong still, and obviously has massive range. And Overclock is still incredibly strong, especially in snowbally team fights. Ashe just doesn't have the same weight to her ultimate when you have a dive going, whereas Sojourn can follow up, and then when the enemy hit scan is pressured away, you just get free shots on anything. Even if you're shooting the enemy Winston, you're getting value. So I do think she has a pretty niche place in the meta, and it's Hofak's best hero, at least historically speaking. So I feel pretty good about his chances to play well. But the opponent, the opposition, the caliber of opposition, he's got to be playing against Kyuki, who's going to have a pretty good series, right? It is a very, very, very strong, well-coordinated team in Varrel, who did have a rocky start, but have really bounced back in a huge way. And the strength of schedule kind of reinforces that Varrel is very strong at the moment. I think, as I've said before, this one should be one-sided. But we thought the same about the last series. There were definitely some moments.
Yep.
Right? There were some moments for Namekuji. I mean, it was not a majority close game. Like, they did get completed on push in the second map. But there were definitely some good moments.
Yeah, just after today, just 2 days left in the round robin for Japan. And Varrel up against REVATI. Next against Telomere tomorrow. That should be an easy victory for Varrel. Secured 3-0, very likely. The last one, though, Insomnia. So that's a big one, the last day of Japan. That's a lot of the fans that are also waiting for. Can Varrel show us their true final form? I think this patch didn't really affect Varrel as much compared to the other teams because they were just their hero pool is pretty large. They're not really the most aggressive support line team from what I can tell from years of seeing them.
Yeah.
So they might actually take less from the support buffs that we got. We're just talking about the damage output, not the health decrease. That you can say it's a nerf at the same time, but they're just not as aggressive. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Maybe against Ravati it can be done, but I'm just theory crafting all these in my brain, thinking that they would go up against Insomnia, because they do have very different play style.
Yeah, I mean, when we start talking about the rosters in detail, that's when you guys will really know, I think, some of the matchups that we're most concerned about. And REVATI, the biggest thing for REVATI is, a little bit of an underperformance from Hofak recently, but also just in general, the team coordination seemed off, so everybody's going to look worse as a result. Whereas we're seeing a trend in the opposite direction for the side of Varrel, where they're getting back to their form. Coordination couldn't be better, compared to... I mean, basically, compared to Stage 1, they looked just as good as they did then, whereas early on in the season, they looked like they still had some rust they needed to shake off.
Yeah, we'll see. As you mentioned, if Hofak cannot show the same showing as much on Sojourn, then no one should play Sojourn, at least from Japan, or maybe from the other regions too, because he's supposed to be one of the best out of all. Such a great talent. On that Sojourn, I'm pretty sure he will try at least once because it is the patch for it. And we'll show what he can actually do. If he can't, then no one plays. No one plays Sojourn. That's a rule.
I do think we'll probably see a variety of compositions from Varrel because they are very flexible in that way. They're kind of the anti-Insomnia because Insomnia will play basically one comp that they think is strong in the meta every map. It doesn't matter. And hard force it to work, whereas Varrel are very much map-to-map, different compositions, different changes. As we did have a 3-0, a 3-1, with a little bit of trolling by the Lazuli roster in that first game and the second one. And then this final matchup, again, starting at 10 p.m. here, Korean Standard Time.
Yeah, exactly at 10
Looking
p.m.
good. Now, here's where things get rough, because, you got Hofak, right?
Uh-oh.
He's incredible. You have... On the side of the hits, or on the side of the Tracer, you have Harutun. DPS line super strong. But Varrel have Nico and Kuki. Then you look at the tank lineup, and I'm like, okay, KSG is probably the best tank in this region. And Mihawk is starting, which is unusual, but we've seen it a little bit more recently. But, to say that I feel like Epic and NHZ are going to be the ones to overpower, I feel like it's just not how this meta works. Like, a support outperformance doesn't necessarily matter unless you are the likes of some of our best Korean supports, like Shu, for example, and
one of the best Anna
and Fielder, right? Like, those are the players who can actually hard carry games. That doesn't really happen in Japan. Fearful has looked really good, though, to be honest with you, G-Clef.
And when you need the ball, Kotaro can step up to the plate. And I think this is a dull way to start for REVATI, unless we go to an off map from map 2. Other team, when they get the choice after losing their first, seems like the right one. Hofak, Harutun, and Mihawk. Don't know the first control map yet, but Mihawk did ring an alarm. Maybe Ilari, some more Baptiste potentially coming out from Varrel. I think that's the expectation of the backline supports from Varrel. Now let's see what happens for REVATI. They should be getting ready for NHZ Epic Standard Comp and Fearful right in here.
Yeah, that is the starting lineup here for REVATI. And G-Clef fixed my monitor. It was broken. That's why I stopped talking. And then G-Clef just used his magic touch and it all got better.
You did like 90. It's like opening a jar. You did 90%,
Yeah.
and I touched it, and then boop.
There was a simple switch feed button, and I pressed it, and it didn't work. And then I pressed it a lot. Then I pressed it like 2 times fast and 3 times fast, and it worked. And then G-Clef
then I
just
just
reaches
tapped
over
it.
and taps it, and it's instantly fine. Thanks,
Magic.
G-Clef.
It's magic. I solve few things sometimes.
That's what happens when you get server certified. You can then just make magic happen with electronics.
I still need 2 more certification. I just got 1 check mark done. That's
If
a
you're
long way
ever-
to go.
If you're ever lucky enough to meet G-Clef in real life and there's like scratches on your phone screen, just have him touch it. They'll all just disappear. Since you'll never meet G-Clef to know there's no one who could ever dispute this.
I am not an expert on screens, of course. Wolf is totally making it up, but I can do some magic. Limited magic sometimes. And you've seen it.
Yeah,
you've seen it from the playground sometimes.
If you guys drop, yeah, I have. That's a throwback. If you ever drop your phone into the ocean, but are somehow able to retrieve it, and it's been under the ocean for a day, don't put your phone in rice. That's not gonna help. Just give it to G-Clef. Let him carry it in his back pocket for about 12 hours. It'll be as good as new.
What?
I don't know. We have a little bit of a delay. I'm just
That doesn't even make
flapping my
sense.
gums.
But best way, of course, using a dryer. Or the old times, I actually was dumb enough to
dryer?
Yeah, dryer. Not on the dryer. Use the dryer to dry it.
Oh, you mean like a hair dryer?
The hair dryer.
Okay.
Yeah, not like a clothing dryer.
I was gonna say, like, that sounds like a way to damage your phone. By the way, G-Clef, I noticed earlier you said we'll see what control map we'll get, as if it wasn't already decided.
I know. We all know. We just have to have a double when Wolf is here. At least a double.
It's okay. I'm okay with it because we got Nepal earlier, so we got a little bit of diversity. Just a little bit.
Yeah, just wait for the day where there's no Samoa, like tomorrow potentially.
I expect Varrel will be playing the Ramatra. He has been, or KSG has been really good on the pick on this map, especially on Volcano. I think we will absolutely see it there. Otherwise, it's just going to be standard Winston. Keep an eye on the DPS players because I think in this series, they are going to be the real difference makers. Can Hofak and Haratun get it done? That is the question.
With the question, let's go into Samoa. Wolf's favorite control map. Varrel versus Ravati.
Actually, that's my favorite control map is Lijiang Tower. But good try, G-Clef.
Second favorite control map.
Look, it's in my top 10 favorite control maps, Samoa. I'll give you that.
What was that screen before? That reminds me of a Pokemon. What was it?
I missed it. Sorry.
Okay, never mind.
Okay, look, let's see. Okay, on this particular point, it is going to be the Winston setup here. Both teams running the Echo. So no Ash or anything like that, just matching Echoes against each other. But a very different look for Varrel because they're playing Cloud on Ilari.
Oh, it's Mihawk on Diana, which
Yeah.
is very unlikely. It's almost because it's Cloud actually just dedicated on Ana. Bit of a swap between the back line. Pylon destroyed. Of course, REVATI have a lot more speed going in and out. But love this comp Tracer Echo. It's been one of the strongest, along with the Pharah. A lot of the top tier teams all around the world. Bit of a neutral contest. Purple going a little far. Epic going to be okay. Quickly recovers. First cap from Varrel.
Have to get that elimination secured.
A little too far as Ana. Pay Fearful Life for it. 1-1 traded, but saved by the bell all the way to the end. Go back. End up winning with the help of Lucio.
Okay, they do end up getting those limbs. It was so
REVATI
close.
coming back into fight. There's KSG, but can he fight enough time?
Making the rush. And that should be enough for the flip. If you don't get limbs against this Ilari composition, like if you get them low, it doesn't matter. As yeah, this is just now Varrel trickling in. As KSG is going to try to get a back, or maybe steal a back cap away, force some resources back, but he'll end up dying. At least gets his primal. But REVATI in that first fight ended up trading because they chased him deep into the pylons. But then once the eliminations actually started coming through on their secondary follow-up dive, it's just really hard for Varrel's comp to survive and sustain through. Now they have a ton of ultimates here, including the Captive Sun. Can just be countered though by a sound barrier. This comp does way better when it has point control. Here's the Sun.
Ult management from Varrel with the Rage. And it's the perfect barrier to cover the extra damage from Captive Sun. Even the Nano Varrel was falling apart. They got the flip. They sustained with this.
I mean, I think likely...
Their ult, yeah, was used much earlier.
Likely Ravati should be able to control this cap, but KSG buying a ton of time. They got a lot of charge. I mean, they're actually taking the lead before the flip comes through, so definitely could have been worse. But the Captive Sun is just completely countered. Like I said, this comp really struggles to attack the point. Defending the point is a completely different story. And now they don't have the Captive Sun to attack said point. So this is going to get really tricky here really fast. They need a pick. Kyuki can set this up. He's the only engage they have. Because he's going to duplicate onto the point, get a second health bar. Probably going to steal Fearful. Nope, going for Tracer.
Extra Tracer after taking out the Echo to no extra air pressure. And you can focus on target. Double Tracer on a single target. Even if it's a Winston, you can take it out in a couple of seconds. And just with a duplicate, which is what they had. So Ravati didn't end up using much.
Okay, the next fight still tricky here for Varrel. Buy some time, stagger some respawns here. That would be huge, but they need to make sure they don't overextend. Epic, if he tosses down this Kitsune Rush and Fearful gets on top of that backline, especially onto Cloud before he gets his Captive Sun, I think that's the win condition here for Ravati. Don't know if they'll be able to identify it as trying to set up a group up here now. And take the long wraparound angle. Support line is the target. And that rush comes out. But they're wasting a lot of time. They need to go in fast.
Good pylon. Found by Hellpack again. And Yuki from the other side. Out down twice.
Now they have Captive Sun. The fight is won.
The rush has to be used, or else it's going to be around 90% after the end of this fight. Already 2-for-1 trade. And Nico, looks like he is back alive. It's not just Hopek on that Tracer.
No value at the Kitsune Rush whatsoever. Ravati really dropping the ball on this one. NHZ doesn't have his sound barrier.
Not yet, but someone has to touch in 3%. Fearful in the zone. So that's an early use, and the beat is good, but the sleep actually catches him. Death into the waters. Mihawk. What a moment. Hopek still there. NAC the second with the trade. This is a big contest.
They still have the numbers. That should be it. Overtime ticks away. Varrel will take the first objective. And man, Ravati had an opportunity there with the Kitsune Rush, but it just instantly got picked. A huge play from Kyuki. He's had a great start. I was a little bit questioning his dupe onto the Tracer there, but he was able to do massive work with it, even though his Pulse Bomb didn't actually end up doing anything. His Fearful gets slept mid-jump, so he has that momentum.
Big.
Flies off the side. So that was pretty massive too, because that just denied so much time by. Varrel clutch it out. It was a much closer round than I expected. You can see the fans also heavily predicting Varrel to take this one. As composition will change here. Varrel going to swap over to the Diva. So we don't end up getting Volcano. We don't end up seeing the Ramatra just yet. And it is going to be kind of a MFC style Diva dive with the Ashe. And still keeping that Illari in the composition.
Must have been this back line that the Varrel has been practicing. The shots coming through Nico. Maybe Varrel expected that Echo to be kept in Ravati's team comp. Down under. Just getting focus fired. Fearful. Has to jump all the way back as the point unlocks. A lot more members of Varrel in position. NAC down. Quickly capped.
This is really important. Just like I said last time, defensively, Varrel's comp has a huge edge. So now they can play around pylons. Diva can get into the back line, can also go and defend, take point priority, has a ton of base armor. As you can see, KSG can just contest with this Winston on the side, and there's just nothing that Fearful can do. He gets healed up, but has to leave. In fact, now needs some heals before he can try to retake sight lines.
Cool. Great ult charges from both. From that moment, Purple is going to be able to finish Fearful.
Mihawk's having a great game.
And the Nano quickly in for KSG, all the way, pushing them. Epic's the first, both backline gone. Those were sustained for Ravati. Even if you recall,
that's going to be basically 65% guaranteed worst case scenario here for Varrel. And they have the Captive Sun. Ravati is struggling to get those elims when the pylons are available. And KSG can just fly back between fighting the neutral and then getting those heals so easily. Giving Cloud that fast Captive Sun he's holding now. Nano. Mihawk's down.
That's a chance. Captain Sun will be online. Immediately used. Popped from Q-Loud. Most goes wide. The extra damage not found this time, Varrel. Really lining up their own ultimates. This Defi's really going for Ravati even with Hartoon down. Could've used the rage.
I mean, they haven't gotten the flip yet, so this is very expensive.
This has to lead into a flip, or else it actually will be a waste for the next team fight.
Self-destruct out here for KSG
a little
for
too
Remake.
far, Fearful. There is the flip. Is it too late? 94%. KSG down, and that's a promising sign for Ravati as Hofak all the way in the back. Really with the Bob. This is a big tool on Beach.
Good protection there from Hofak of his support, healing incredibly well. Now Nico's in trouble. Down he goes, and suddenly a very winnable map here for Ravati. As long as they don't overextend, should just kite back now to point control.
Down, and Varrel, after just have to regroup, still ways away, only 30%. He
Almost has a pulse, yeah, absolutely.
With just one shot.
Or just wait it out. Going to look.
Ravati has no clue.
He's going to look for the Ashe pick here, I think. This is unfortunate moment.
So the far goes into the canoes, but still Fearful is down on the other side, and Ravati. Okay, hold on, hold back. And you become the hero.
No.
Got a double bump. With KSG alive, it's gonna be rough. No one else to actually bring down D.Va with Ashe and Tracer down. Because you can stall so long, it's almost a flip.
Yeah.
Still a good contest.
Yeah, I mean, this is still a very close fight. Nano is ready.
Goes
huge sleep.
He hawks Nano. That's been impressive.
But is it going to be enough here? They need more than that. Cloud's got Captive Sun. This could be a game-changing ultimate. Decent, but not enough. They need more.
takes an extra shot. One is good. As long as they can force them off. And the contest.
So
Beautiful.
scrappy.
Got one more down. Beautiful all the way in the back. But what's happening with the DPS lineup, Nico? Sound how to turn the flip.
Look at KSG's health bar. He's so incredibly low. They get the flip. He is surviving here. He's got self-destruct for the remake now.
What he's waiting for. The pulse bomb from Kuki. Extra damage to the D.Va. Nico goes in hot, has his team members next to it. The bomb is out, and that is it. Was closer, a lot closer compared to the first one. The Beach will again go for Varrel.
Wow, what a clutch performance there from Varrel. It looked like everything was stacked against them there for a little while. The Captive Sun there, the big one there at the end, ends up only getting the one pick, but that's enough to help turn the tide. And then KSG flying around, zipping in and out of those team fights, knowing exactly how much health he needs to survive, get that self-destruct, and then they're like, we can't push onto him because he's just going to remake. It'll be a waste. We'll end up losing point control. And even though it looked really good there, the fight for Fearful, because he was able to get in the back line, he's able to see Mihawk's sleep darted already, so he can kill the Ana. He knows that finally he found a moment where Mihawk is vulnerable because he was playing such a great Ana, but they lose point control at that moment because KSG is getting to the back line. The DPS lineup there exposed because Fearful was chasing far away, so couldn't peel for them, and the Varrel just out-clutch it there in the end. A very, very close first map, though, and if that's any indication of what this series will look like, maybe my 3-0 prediction might have been a little bit bullish, might have been a little bit aggressive.
Yeah, really good from Mihawk on the Ana. But in terms of Illari, I think there could have been a lot better cover. There were a lot of moments from Varrel, especially Namekuji, just getting outplayed because they weren't getting enough healing. There were so many moments, not just KSG, Namekuji, they were just not winning the duel to Tracer and the other DPS because they were just not in the best position. Only the pylon, you have to be in a certain position, but Tracer's not going to be near that position at all.
Yeah, it was a little bit puzzling just because it's so risky, and I think maybe they thought they were going to dominate so hard they get to 100 to 0. They never lose control of the point. The Alari gets insane value. He's building insane captive sons. It didn't happen that way, but he still had a really good performance on it. What's even more puzzling, like you said, is that we didn't see Cloud playing the Ana. You would expect Mihawk to play the Alari instead.
Exactly.
And so they had that role swap, which I don't think was a big issue or anything like that, especially considering how good Mihawk was looking on the Ana. But it was pretty puzzling to see that. And I really don't have a good read based on what they're doing in scrims as to what's going to happen in map 2. Because I could see a world where there are some support subs. Mihawk is out. You know, we start to see a more normal comp from this squad. And we do see Cloud play the Ana, etc. But because of how well that worked, and even though that wasn't even really like an Alari map, if there's any other viable Alari map that gets picked here, then maybe they just keep the same roster and play it again. Because it seems really strong when they have the better coordination and when they're kind of out clutching like we saw. And the D.Va looks beautiful with it.
Yeah, D.Va looks a lot better, especially when you are lacking that healing, like what we have seen in the first match of tonight. Sometimes the D.Va can just play alone and harass the enemy Echo, the ones flying in the air. You can actually just get a solo kill because you, not like the ball, but D.Va covers a lot more for the peel, for the back line, and also some solo output damage to help the DPS lineup for that reason. Not exactly like the ball, but you do end up playing a lot more solo in terms of what you can focus in, not like the Winston off of the team fight. So KSG, I think, played a really good role for Varrel to come back with less of a healing. I think that peeling was required with the D.Va, so that role was really crucial for Varrel. And on top of that, REVATI, I think the DPS fight that you pointed out before the match started, I think still, even with the 2-0 for Varrel, I think DPS win was for Hofak and Harutun. I just have to give it to them because Hofak turned out really great. And the first, later on, Nico's Tracer seemed like he was doing a little better, but Harutun overall, I think, contributed a lot more.
Yeah, I think
in Samoa.
Nico thrived in the chaos. Like when the fights got broken up by KSG and the Captive Sons, he looked really good in those moments when the formation was broken. But yeah, in a straight up fight before there was really an advantage on either side, like in the neutral game, he was missing a lot of pulse bombs, wasn't making the same impact that Harutun was making, was hitting a lot more pulses. So we will see where we're headed in a moment here for the second map. Hard really to speculate. Again,
yeah, it's taking a little longer, maybe even some swaps. Or Mint just kicking back in for the regular kill out and Mint support line for Varrel. Maybe some swaps coming from REVATI, which is not the most common. From the games that I casted, I don't think I've seen a single Solas coming into the DPS lineup. So
yeah, I don't think he is going to be playing. That's my expectation as well.
Yeah, no updates yet, I think. For the subs.
Nope, I don't see anything.
You're going to nope, nothing.
I didn't break it this time. I don't need your magic touch.
It's kind of far. I can always help you if you need.
Always a friend.
Helping finger.
He's always a friend that you can count on. Always a co-caster you can count on.
Yep, and other than that, yeah.
Any more pet stories? Like any friends' pet stories?
No, you can only talk about those if we have a big issue.
And you know what?
Like server-related issue.
It to prove that we didn't have a big issue, and we're going straight to King's Row. I got, you know what, I'll take 2 Samoas if I can get 2 King's Rows. That's a fair trade, in my opinion, G-Clef. I'm actually okay now.
So it's neutral.
I'm just going to let it go.
It's neutral now.
I'm going to let it go.
Okay.
I'm letting the Samoa thing go until tomorrow when I cast with Achilles, and then we'll bring it up again. But for today, you know what, I'm going to let it go. We got 2 King's Rows. I'm happy. It was not the greatest first King's Row. We got the full hold.
Fine.
So maybe this one will be pretty exciting. Maybe we can see a completion, get me all the way to the end of the map.
There's a full hold on the other side. We went into King's Row previously, but it's Varrel versus REVATI on King's Row. We'll see what REVATI and which side REVATI chose to attack or defend first.
Do you feel like the clock up there, see how it's got the thing sticking out of it? Is that even necessary? Like, what is that even for? The clock still tells the time. It doesn't have to have like a weird like light sticking out of it. What's the point of that?
You know what it's for? Because of all the attacks from Omnic and all the blue bullets flying,
it's a shield. It's a shield.
It's like an AT field.
Okay, you gave me a head cannon that's going to make me okay with this forever.
Makes sense, right?
Yeah, Big Ben needs to be protected. It's a national icon.
It is. I just made that up. I have no clue.
What if it's like a different layered set of different times, like showing different time zones around the world?
Ah, like the world clock on one. Then how do you read it then?
Let's get back to the game for a second, okay? Varrel's going to be running this Ashe attack here, it looks like, with potentially D.Va. KSG running this again. Going to be super strong at dethroning Hofak's high ground. And, you know, Ravati running a very meta comp here. Hofak winning out again. As yeah, running the Illari on attack here, you're basically just using it as an ult push. Like, you're trying to push as fast as possible towards that Captive Sun. Being the first one to die isn't a great boon for that.
But you're on attack. It was an early kill, so might as well just go for the second try. Yeah, on defense, there are lots of pylon spaces. Not as much for attack.
It's still good with D.Va, but you have to kind of slow push your way around to get value out of it.
You can tell from the deep comp from Varrel, they're really trying something else today on this matchup. Let's see how far you can get. This not really the tradition style from Varrel.
Fearful is getting a lot of heals. Epic surging up to 60% here. And they are just sitting back and saying, you can't control this high ground just yet.
But Fearful caught.
Can they trade something back? The answer is no.
Good kill catch and the cover from Mihawk.
Fearful trying to really play aggressively forward there to keep his DPS line in line of sight. He does end up getting caught and taken down. And Cloud also going to get the kill there onto Harutun. So that's 80% of a Captive Sun for this B push. And because of the longer fight going their way, Mihawk actually does pass Epic. And we'll have the Nano boost faster. Might use it right away.
Kiss just chilling in the bubble.
Yeah, he doesn't even care. He's like, I win this duel.
There's Nano.
Yeah, they can definitely Nano early. I think Varrel can if they want to dictate the pace of this push. Yuki also threatening.
When there's a dive, well, throws it back. I think it hit the wall or the desk. Off to the side, Epic still ready. Fearful still good to go. Don't need that Nano yet. Oh, pretty good on Epic. Down. What would a trade up QQ Nano into Nico? Rally has to be forced out because of Epic going down early. Even the Bob towards the alley. Fearful doing a great job of peeling and still staying alive.
Ooh, caught on the ceiling there. But yeah, he did do some decent peeling. Unfortunately, NHZ is going to bite the bullet here. And that's going to be Varrel regaining that momentum. As the Captive Sun was a pretty fantastic way to set up a pick, denied the Nano Boost because they blew up Epic. And look at his ult charge. Because of the pylons in that longer fight, he is just flying forward. And if you can keep winning with Illari, it has almost no weaknesses on a map like this. I mean, look at the pylons. He's got the ability to set them up so far forward and then just play on this high ground. He's a third DPS and a healer. It's crazy, and they can't even get him off. Okay, they get him off. I was going to say, like, he's really greedy with that positioning.
Yeah, that's exactly why Ravati focused him down first. You want to eliminate that third damage. And also the pylon. There's some really cheeky pylon places around the alley, and it will take some attention away from the DPS especially.
Yeah, that was a really great vertical leap there from Fearful to chase down KSG while also not getting punished, not going onto the roof, so it doesn't take a slow fall. Gotta shout out those mechanics when you see them. And we've kind of reset here, but again, the elephant in the room is that Captive Sun is going to be ready here again. And he's just slow playing it here. They're basically playing these pushes around his ultimate. It's kind of wild.
Side, bot, covered. Pylon tossed a little far away. Still in position.
There's the Captive Sun.
But a lot of damage taken already before that in the air. Ravati sustaining okay, and I see right next to it KSG. get back to it. Some good cover up from Fearful and NAC in the room. By this much time, Nico trying to do what he can, but even with the Nano not available.
I wonder, is now the time for Cloud to swap? Because you're building the Captive Sun. You can definitely build another one in the next 2 minutes, but it means your time bank is going to be very diminished. And if you just play something like Brig or Lucio instead, I think you'd have a lot more success.
Even the Baptiste.
Yeah, no, that's a good call too.
Will actually be really good in the alley. Having the field is just gives you extra life.
See if he can prove me wrong here. Is they're not going to win this fight likely.
Nico dead, pops out.
They're just constantly behind now in ults. Oh, I don't know about committing a primal here, but will help secure this. They get the Bob out. I definitely think they could have held on to that one, but that was never going to be a fight that Varrel could win if the Nano was good in any way, because he could just leap past the Diva. Yeah, no, that's going to be a big stagger. And this is a lot of time gone. And now he swaps to Brigitte. But I think it's one team fight too late, to be honest with you, G-Clef.
It's by so much time not having the mech for KSG. There's it's essentially no tank.
It's a horror film what we're watching right now, is a Diva who can't get back in that suit.
And who can't do damage. It takes forever. Less than a minute now for Varrel. They seem okay for the first push. But since the alley, Fearful's Winston.
They almost actually prevented them from getting into the mech. We will get in.
Let's see Varrel how they handle it. No rally, no nano. Not many tools. Focusing on the Nano first. I think very low, but we'll retreat back. Good pressure from KSG. Payload's been pushing a little further. 13 seconds. Is it over the top? Gets Hope back.
That's crazy. Actually, a Diva self-destruct hitting a limb at the start of a fight. Now Kyuki has the pulse.
That's a master toss right there. They need to be on the payload. Good stick. Fearful down. Still Nano available for Mihawk. Don't think they want to use it. With this many members down rally. Ravati wants to keep this under 2 points. Hofak is going to come in hot with the Widowmaker.
It's a great swap for this long sight line. Absolutely
no Nano,
fantastic.
that is it.
Absolutely fantastic swap there for Ravati. That was super clean. And this is off the back of KSG setting up his bomb. Now that's a great start to the fight. You end up taking Hofak out. But what it gives them the opportunity to do is swap to Widow. At the same time, you don't have your remech anymore, so you don't have that extra health bar, you don't have that extra staying power on the point, nor can you contest high ground during that moment. And when the cart is exactly where it is right there, when you're pushing to B, and you know that the enemy team doesn't have full control, they don't have big tools to contest, they don't have a Nano for a Winston, you can just go straight to Widow and go, well, I know exactly where you have to stand to push this cart to checkpoint, and where you stand is a perfect sight lane for the longest range, long-range hit scan in the game, and I can just shoot fish in a barrel, and all we have to do is break the mech. There's no remech, and then there's only squishy targets for me to shoot. There's a really intelligent swap there. Love to see decisions like that. You know, one of many reasons why this man is the GOAT, but I think it was probably a team decision.
Yeah, and Mihawk was saving the Nano for the later team fight. Not intentionally, just saving it because they already had 2 points. Didn't expect that Widow to come and just snipe him out, so he didn't even have to give Nano to anyone else.
It was super intelligent, and like you said, coming in clutch, taking out the Nano. Now this time though, on defense, the Illari is so oppressive, and KSG is not even going to run the Diva with this. Just going to have his own defensive Winston. And with pylons to play around, it's hard to win the neutral. Already the bio coming through for Mihawk. Let's see if Cloud can consistently set up these Captive Suns early. Should have a much better time of it on defense. Challenging, yeah.
Yeah, you need to push that Tracer back. You know that Tracer is hiding on the side. Epic caught early.
It's a great flank from Hofak, but he gets punished.
On the others, Cartoon Fearful. 2 down. The respawn's faster. With no Ash, they are caught in the wave.
That was pretty close, though. That was very, very scary.
But still, a lot
Varrel.
more members at the moment near the point. REVATI, they should go.
Definitely need to use this window well.
Pylon down. PSG off to the side. No ticks yet. That's the dynamite. And REVATI, they steal the window position away. That's what they used the time for.
But Epic was disconnected. No nano now. And Kyuki gets a pulse.
Hey, Wolf, I don't know about what Varrel is actually handling the King's Row with the same comp.
Now, it is going to work out for now, but you could definitely see the weaknesses for sure. I'm a little bit surprised REVATI decided to contest window there instead of just trying to grab ticks and force Varrel down. Because there's two ways to get them out of the window. Ofak gets this pick. Still a scrappy fight. No Captive Sun. Is KSG going to buy time for it?
Now already committed on NHZ.
On the NHZ. And no one's on the point. Now Hopak is dead. And Captive Sun should be obtainable here.
Okay, monkey down. Body. For the capture.
Who's going to be the nano target? I wonder if they just give this up.
There's Nano. Kyuki. Instant rally and the sleep dart is good. What a save from NAC and Epic, but here's Q Loud. One aggressive movement that they have from the Solari.
Fearful.
Fearful to
Getting
save
so
the
much
day. Look at this range. That's like maximum range potential.
I think Varrel are really going to regret the way they set this up because they really played too fast and loose, were very split, and then used everything for a Tracer nano contest into Captive Sun. And now the time bank is pretty huge for REVATI, and they don't have great tools to stop them. And they don't even get to take Archway control. If they had just given that up, they had a free team fight here. But they wanted to be greedy. They wanted to actually stop the cap, and it backfired. Purple on the supports won't actually lead to anything, and they do regain Archway control, so a big boon for them. This could have been way worse.
Yeah, at that moment, how to was contested. There's a stick. Great movement by Kyuki. Hopak couldn't dodge it. And the placement and the choke now showing some power, but it was with a lot of commitment.
NHC needs to be careful. Stick back with your team, I would say, in this moment. Wait for that respawn to come through. He's playing so greedy, wants Winston off of this high ground, and we'll get away with it.
Careful, even with the nano, might not be able to contest against the Primal Rage coming soon for KSG. Buying some time.
He's just going in, but he doesn't have Primal and he's slept. He's about to get it.
Good fire to keep him alive. But the back line taken care of by KSG and Nico.
Wow, they got the nano out of Epic too. Now REVATI are in trouble. Momentum-wise, Varrel have completely swung this one around after winning 2 clutch team fights, regaining that high control, or rather the Archway, and then they make this dive out with KSG. He gets slept, doesn't have Primal, and yet still gets the damage done thanks to some big Bionades coming through.
Artun one strike back. Nico. It's been Kyuki, who's been harassing so hard on Hopak, who couldn't deliver damage during the past 2 team fights. That's why Fearful was going down so early.
Yeah.
KSG didn't even have to use Primal for the last 2. But different case scenario for now.
I think that Varrel are just ult efficient. 1 ult at a time. They can buy so much time. And this is the first one. Primal in the choke. Has to back away.
KSG in the back, no help, only in the bubble. Fearful, slept. Nice sleep dart. Kila going full aggressive in the back, but all teams scattered apart. Not even near the payload. Some of the members. Fearful. Not gonna survive this with a 1 HP.
This is quickly just becoming a hands game.
Yeah, Nano on the Kyuki. That's important. Sparrow wants to swing this with the Tracer.
Another greedy nano onto Kyuki. He doesn't get the limbs. Will be able to get out with his recall. Hopak has a flank. And Varrel is so split.
But still doesn't come out with a kill.
KSG.
Payload's been pushing less than a minute. Good bubble, right on top.
I mean, Epic's gonna have that nano. This is so scary for Varrel.
PSG top placement. Trying to punch the rotation from the side.
There's that nano.
Good save and the catch. Out of tune. Wants to split. Varrel, can they join team?
Time is running out, 25 seconds to go.
Bit of a passive rotation coming out from REVATI when they don't really have that much time. Found the pylon. Pop out on the open field. Fearful down. REVATI in trouble. Forced all the way back. Can they actually get the respawn in time? They go a long way in. One final fight.
Swap to Cassidy as well.
Oh, hard to die! Couldn't recall. And that's huge. That's game over.
Yep, GG. Varrel gonna go up to match point. A very much mechanical test, hands diffed, skill check game. But I do feel like while there was a great angle there, when we did see Fearful has the nano boost, baits a lot of attention onto himself, nanos the re-engages, he then went the wrong way and ended up trying to chase deep into the backline, got picked, then came in for another fight where he was disconnected from his squad, going way too aggressive. You could see that REVATI was starting to feel like, oh, we should have won this game, but like it's slipping away from us. Got super desperate there, trying to hard force some really weird team fights there the last minute, where they could have just played a lot slower and a lot more coordinated. Hofak really was some fantastic moments. His Widow swap was genius. But that's the kind of Kings Row game I want to see. We get deep into it. You know, neither team is really pushing to the end. It's super clutch defenses. Not full holds on A. Just some real classic King Row ult economy shenanigans. Great mechanics on display.
Yep, both teams coming really clutch, really clutch. That's this is some series. A lot more contests coming out from REVATI, with some changes coming out from Varrel. We do go into the break. When we come back, let's see what that map 3 is going to be. Welcome back, everyone, and we're in the last match of the night, and it's been going a little funky for Varrel, as my tongue is also going funky at the same time. REVATI, I thought we would be having a lot closer or quicker of a 3-0, to be honest, when we started. But with that change, it seems like they are willing to keep it lower for the entire day. It must be a test. It must be a test coming out from Varrel today.
Yeah, I mean, REVATI was a little bit shaky in their last few series, but they're still a really good team. So if you want to just keep running Alari, like, you will probably eventually hit a brick wall. And I think that wall was hit. They still won the map, but you could definitely feel it wasn't working that well anymore. So I do wonder if we'll see subs coming through. You were telling me that you thought maybe we'll see a Flashpoint pick because Alari is not viable there, and I think that's a fair point.
Not really. You can always play, but you know, oh, a double Dorado day.
Wow, we really ran it back on this one, huh?
Oh, we did. We really did.
Okay, well, Flashpoint's off the cards, off the table. You could definitely run Alari here, especially on defense. It's really strong, but even on attack, it actually is pretty viable because you have a lot of walls you operate on when you're trying to contest the first point. If they want to run a Diva comp here, it can work. Surprised to see this map pick come out, but I do think in terms of Winston v Winston and the hit scan and the tracer play we're seeing, that's where REVATI have looked stronger. Like you were saying earlier, Hofak definitely looking very good, and Nico struggling to find the same sort of value Harutun is. So does feel like a good map choice in that regard.
We'll see what happens. Dorado, third map. The distance for this one. Second Dorado of the day. Let's see what happens. Varrel versus REVATI.
On the defense will be the comp you expect. They've been running all night. Ash Tracer Winston with the duo of Brigitte Ash, or sorry, not Ash, Ana. And on the attack, we're not sure yet, but it looks like it might just be that Diva Ilari. Cloud is showing the Brigitte for now, which is more meta. But I do think that with Diva specifically, if they do keep it, the Ilari makes sense. And there it is. There's the swap. So I like this for Varrel. I think this is a smart setup, and you can definitely play the Echo because, again, you just kind of fly around and operate with those pylons, as you can see here.
Nico for the target. No one in the sideline yet, as QQ will slowly Echo. Good with it for the pokes compared to our first Dorado. Immediately shut down by Hofak. That's the hit scan you need in the team to bring down anyone in the air.
And Nico gonna trade one back though. You know, one of the best answers to those healing pylons is
getting wait.
Yeah, good angle there. One of the best answers to the pylon healing is to headshot the enemy, burst them down before they can actually get those heals across. But still, the war of attrition is won here by the healing output of Varrel. And as you can see, line of sight still here for Nico as they push towards Fountain. Very difficult for Hofak to challenge. And the Diva's just got so much armor.
Oh, Kugi instead getting one on Harutun. For the damage, a lot more has been delivered. Half and half, less healing coming out certainly for Varrel. We do have Ilari kept back in. Hofak off to the side. Bit more pressure coming down from REVATI. Back to ground zero again.
Okay, don't chase too far though, REVATI. Get that pick and then get out. Fearful will get out with his life. Knows he can operate on this Mega. Should be okay.
They can't jump back to the payload. Oh, actually will hit the rage. Thought about going back. Oh, what a sleep. Purple right after.
Yeah,
and Nico has been finding these somewhat clutch kills.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Fearful, you chased, you got the kill, but was it worth it? Ultimately had the Primal and gave Nico full line of sight. Just because you can dive doesn't mean you should dive, as now the Captive Sun is ready for this A contest. If Cloud can get into position here for a good angle, definitely a massive opportunity.
Down on Yuki. Winston's the target. Rally has to come out. Good sleep.
Sleep's been so good today.
Yeah, Epic and Mihawk. Especially the targets in the air. Knowing that the projectile, the sleep dart, is not that fast, it's hard to hit.
And I'm okay with nanoing a Echo, if you actually have a clear target in mind and you're timing the push with a setup onto stealing an enemy Winston, maybe even stealing an enemy Tracer, because then you have that extra health bar and that damage output is going to mean a faster pulse bomb steal, etc. Felt pretty blind there. Mihawk just getting picked right afterwards. They still have a lot of tools here, don't get me wrong, but a lot of time chipped away.
About a minute, and after that first push into the choke, imagine Varrel would be getting a point already, but here it is. Sun out. Of the couple members, very aggressive, but a fire back, and it's good. Thought it was also caught in the bubble, but apparently not. REVATI, a lot of members around it. The splash was just enough.
That was a really nicely timed and well-executed push from Varrel because they have so many threats. They have the remake, they have the Winston copy, and they have the Captive Sun. So there's just so many things you have to deal with as REVATI. Knowing they don't have Primal, Varrel knows the timing. They also know that Nano was expended earlier.
Oh, ends up catching Kyuki.
That's massive.
Thought the crosshair one just went back. He ends up finding one more. Hofak is just really good at these Widow shots.
Because now it gives Hofak the opportunity to continue to operate this low ground line of sight. Then he can back up, as you can see here, and there's just no one to challenge until Kyuki respawns. Now that Kyuki's back up, he will back off and play respectfully. Fearful is just going in.
Mihawk, 1 HP, 8 HP.
Pretty risky call there. And now they know again, Primal is down.
Good purple on top. Nice that time. Nano's in. Fearful into the back line. Mihawk eventually found, didn't want to use that Nano for this fight only. But can they really have that much time after this is all over? Less than 2 minutes.
So I'm kind of torn on this play. This Harutoon goes down. Now I'm really torn on it. Because you use 2 ultimates, yeah, you keep that high ground, but now Varrel, like, okay, that was the most ult steal we could ever get of a, I don't even want to call it a push, it was just an early attack from Ravati. Have Rally now. They want to keep that momentum up, but high ground control is not a guarantee anymore here for Ravati without Fearful having those tools. Oh, on Hofak.
On back line. Oh, still taken out. That big Nano use. Not fully to the extent. PSG would, can you get one more? Not this time, as Dorado has some good hiding spots.
Now your remix gone.
This should come up big from Kulau. Here. It seems like a good cover from Ravati.
Yeah, Rally was pretty good from NHZ.
Nico, these snipes are coming in, and it has to work for Varrel if they want to go all the way to push with a minute left now. Harutoon. Pushed off to the side, NHZ. Focus fire from Kyuki. KSG finds Fearful. Barely runs away, has to recall back. Hofak's there, but not enough to get multiple kills on his own. D-Max. Oh, loses against the Diva.
KSG just doesn't care. He's like, if you want to kill me, go for it. Otherwise, I'm going to push you back and we're going to get more distance.
Yeah, or he gets a lot more ult.
Exactly. It's win-win for him no matter what. Down he goes. That'll be a small stagger here, but Varrel already got corner control in this archway. Nico can just push the cart as they start to combat for this hallway. And Kyuki does have the ult now.
Yeah. Back on Cassidy. That Echo has been the problem. Kyuki. Perfect Stickies almost takes him out with the beam. There we go. Epic, that purple was beautiful. Onto the back line. That's why REVATI can actually somewhat contest, even with all that. Having Harutoon fearful. Stick. Through the bubble. What a stick from Nico.
Yeah. I feel like the DPS lineup of Varrel haven't been very consistent today, but on their highs, they are very high. And Nico wrapping his way around, find himself a little bit isolated from the rest of the squad. And REVATI just have to make this their Alamo. This corner here, they have the Nano, so they can use Fearful very aggressively to drop down when that support line gets exposed. Ideally, here it comes, ideally gets the support line. Gets Kyuki.
Yeah, Kyuki couldn't fly high because of Cassidy. Knows that exactly how far you can go. Fearful, good understanding of your own team comp and how far Kyuki could have went.
Yeah, that was a really nice leap there from Fearful. Gets into the support line, It's ultimately Harutoon who gets the kill, but that's massive. Now Varrel down to one last push, one big ult push. They're not going to have the dupe at the beginning of the fight. Captive Sun may just be enough, but this time bank is all but eradicated. Hofak's zoning ultimate also could be pretty huge in the delay. Epic looking for a purple flank. Love that.
On the Mihawk. Will they pair up? Epic pays his life for it treated. Fearful got a lot more out of that. The Captive Sun out from Q Lao. Not this time. Can't work every single time. And that's Varrel losing power in their attack. And REVATI, all members up, coming from spawn.
Epic just won the defense for them with a sick flank. Drops the purple. They go for the dive. They knew they didn't have ultimates. He had to go for a Hail Mary. Love plays like that. That's extreme risk, because if he gets caught, if he gets spotted, he dies, they lose. Well, the map is finished, right? They still have their own opportunity here now on attack.
Yeah,
but
it was a trade.
But he takes that risk. He executes it well. The team is communicating so well. That's the kind of plays that make me believe REVATI can, at their best, really be a top team in this region. Those are the plays, man.
It's a risk. It's a high risk, but the return is better because he didn't have Nano. Mihawk was close to having the Nano, and at the end, he ended up having it. So that's a fair trade. Of course, a better trade for the team, even if you go down.
Now, REVATI still have a big push ahead of them, but they have a win con to keep this series alive. All they have to do is basically push to the end of the map here, just 75 meters. And they will bring us to a fourth map. Those are the kind of clutch plays, man, that just make you like, want to punch the table and get hyped, jump into the air as a caster. The observers caught it too. Great work by the observing team. Those are the big plays. And Fearful's like, I don't have ult. You don't have ult. What are we going to do? And they communicate that in that really tiny window of time. Like, hey, just look for a flank. Maybe they won't see you. That's our only chance to stop them from finishing the map. And now instead of saying best case scenario, we have an overtime fight, now best case scenario, you bring us to 4. And the Alari defense continues here from Varrel.
Yeah, with D.Va. KSG. Hofak had his moment with the Widow, but with the angles covered, maybe not. Doesn't switch. Pretends like he's going for the swap. Ends up not.
Might be able to get a nice angle here if he gets that long sight line.
Yeah, no one's actually staying there. Usually there's a Tracer or the Winston, but it's neither from Varrel. Just looking for a Q-Key. Who's up here now? That's the target for Hofak. But not really showing himself too much. A good disengage. As Nico finds Harutoon. Knowing that the Widow is back there. Not dropping too hard, not going too high.
Nico slow playing this. Backing up. Giving high ground control but not losing any limbs.
Loving the dynamite sight right there. Going back towards the side room.
Playing around Hofak's sight lines. Giving up a lot of ground but not getting killed. That's the important part. And look at this wraparound from Kyuki.
The other assassination. It was all well done because the KSG bought them so much time. And still on the Meg.
Nano out. Pretty aggressive here. It looks like this time it's going to pay off. We've seen so many of these nanos from Mihawk desperately used onto a DPS and it completely whiff, completely bomb. But this time it ends up being massive value on the Kyuki there, who had that huge flank, like you were saying, taking out the enemy Widowmaker as he's so focused on controlling sightlines, just doesn't expect an Echo to flank and one-shot him essentially with the combo. Now stumped REVATI with a ton of ults in the bank.
Sight, almost 4 more ultimates.
Captive Sun, it's a big angle.
That's why Q-Light went first, knowing that there's a lot of ultimates available, extra dash. But this monkey can jump all over. A great catch by Mihawk once again. Ooh. I think that's enough time burned by the team. Even after that, both support and Foresight gone. Varrel still with the hold.
Yeah, they had to commit a lot to that, but so did REVATI, right? And it was a really nice rally in response to the Captive Sun, but they didn't get enough control. And Kyuki just keeps getting value with these dupes. I feel like he's had a late start to the series, but really coming online here in this defense. And for Ravati, in terms of aggressive options to control this archway, you have very few. You just kind of have to out-clutch this. Nico having Bob to buy time.
Oh, what a shot.
Punished. He predicts it. Look at this Dynamite angle. It's Dynamite.
Dynamite for Dynamite. But Hofak back on Ash now. Oh, but this is going pretty bad with less than a minute. Revati.
And I think Ravati made a big mistake in this last attack here as they're going to get cleaned up. That's the expectation. Kuki playing it safe. In not slow playing and trying to build a nano. They're about to have one, but now if Epic dies here in this fight, you probably just don't get one. And Bob still wasn't used.
Yeah, Bob next to the payload should give so much more power for Varrel, and even more without going down again. Nico, these snipes from the Tracer, not successful. Not this time, 22 seconds. Primal will be there, and maybe the nano, but do you really want to use it early? But first, as Miak goes down, he had to use it. KSG with so much power, might as well just use the self-destruct at the end. Not required. Harjun, early trade, slightly better with the Primal. 5 seconds to go. Ravati, can you get the first point? Careful. KSG demech, self-destruct off to the side, so won't be delivering too much angles.
Needs to get that remech rejoin here, and the buy time for Kuki's dupe. It is a close fight, but definitely winnable here for Ravati.
Looking off, Bob off to the corner. Next to Gabe will gain some power. And it seems like they have finally stabilized all the way to the end. Using everything that they had. Rally, Nano.
Okay, so
kind of panic moment for Ravati.
Yeah, I feel like they definitely didn't need to use all of that, but they were scared because there were a lot of things coming online. If the duplicate comes out for Kuki, that's a huge window. If the Captive Sun is high value, they are definitely in big trouble. I was wondering in that moment, how clean are Ravati going to be on the call? Do we Primal? Do we actually Nano, or can we win without them? And I think they made it, they measured it out so well. Again, using a ton of tools here, but they guarantee they get the cap there, and they were playing it on the knife's edge. They really wanted to save those ults, but wanted to play safe than sorry, because series is on the line. Now Varrel need to operate on this high ground here. The duplicate that they didn't have in the last fight is ready. Hofak literally won.
And caught quickly. Nico from the other side. KSG on the door. Dupe. Let's see. Putting the pressure a little more after they got the advantage. The target's in the middle and there's no escape.
Such a broken up fight.
It's almost a stagger after getting the first.
Yeah.
This is a lot of time burned from Ravati.
Absolutely. I mean, in Japan, we see a ton of Tracer dupes, and it's not always my favorite, but if it can break the team up that well for KSG to just cleave through, clean up house, and build a ton of ult, not only for himself, but for Mihawk, it's 100% worth it. You ult to win the fight in an efficient way and build 2 other ultimates. Ravati, I think really Haruti needs to get a pick here so they can get really consistent high ground. Otherwise, they're in deep trouble here, G-Clef. They're going to just low ground push for now. Hartoon, he's been caught so many times on these flanks. Let's see if this time he can be successful.
Yeah, Nico and Tracer both ready with the false bomb. Gets you all the way. There's a nano. Sleep. The purple on the back, NAC Epic. Spiral nades. Just deleting what they can do. And without Kiriko, there's not much you can do on the other side when there's that purple and the dive at the same time.
I love that they just pulled the nano out instantly. As Harutoon's been on the long flank, but he waited so long, he didn't get anything on the last fight. He needs to do something here. Then they can nano. They can win this fight, but Captive Sun has big issues. Harutoon is still slow playing this. See if this pays off.
Maybe a little too slow. There's Winston on the map, which on the other side. Away from Harutoon. The rotation doesn't end up working too well. But the Captain Sun, that's only a trade. In the time, overtime. Varrel, they have many ways to finish this.
SG with a huge pick on the Hofak. Can they regroup, though, is the big question. For one last contest with the duplicate. Kuki doesn't have it yet, though.
It's a big moment from Harutoon. Stick. He up in the air. Nico got an NC down. There's a stick on Q out.
Harutoon's down, though. They're off the point.
Halo. That is it. Varrel is going to win after all that contest. Ravati, they were up close. Some really big contest, but ends up being the winner.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really fun series, to be honest. I think the scoreline doesn't really show how close that series ended up being. Like, if you didn't watch this and you look at the score, you're like, ah, yeah, Varrel 3-0. That's what I thought. But they really hard forced some stuff like the Alari. They obviously had a swap in how their supports are playing, with Mihawk playing Ana as well with that. And yet still were able to make it work. They showed that they can showcase a different look. Almost felt like they were playing this one like a scrim in so many ways, but DPS lineup coming online big later on, and then KSG just being the stronger tank with some assistance in terms of disruption. Good look for Mihawk, though. I feel like he had so many high-impact plays. On the other side, though, you know, I feel like Ravati was some amazing clutch today. It was such a good series.
Yeah, all around. And I think it could have been a lot longer, like 3-1, 3-2 even, with just barely just one shot off. Hofak coming back really strong with those headshots. That was also a clutch, or else we could have been at least 2 point or more in King's Row into a longer series. So between the DP, we thought it was going to be a battle of DPS, but it ends up being everyone just firing back and forth, some really risky plays.
Epic's big bio.
That was insane. And also, Fearful, about to cross the line, but jumping back oftentimes. I think he really felt the lesson, learned the lesson from the last week, going a little more aggressive out of the line where you can't be healed. Can happen, but you have to really jump. The good Winston always jumps back. That's the rule. So, and we saw a lot of those moments, a lot more of those moments from Fearful. But I think the big strength that Varrel was able to show was that D.Va. KSG's D.Va appealing a lot more, doing an extra job as a tank when you are not getting the heal. With that backline in Lari, you're not really expecting that much heal to come out, especially when your DPS is getting contested. Certainly heal's not going to come to the tank. So just keeping yourself up with the D.Va mech, sometimes there's a stagger because of that. But other than that, the peels were great. I think Varrel just had a lot better understanding on the map overall.
Yeah, Varrel, I don't think this is their full power level. I don't think it was their best day, to be honest, even though it was a 3-0. They were challenged in a lot of ways. They were making a lot of compositional errors. They played very greedy at times. They played as if they were absolutely the better team in their minds. Like, the confidence level was, I am so much better than this team. I can take these crazy risks. We can outclutch it. And you can learn a lot in these moments. You can actually limit test. You can find out how far you can push the issue, what works and what definitely doesn't work. And I think what definitely doesn't work is forcing the Alari this hard. It looked really good, obviously, when it was ahead, when it was winning. Let's see who ends up winning POTM. As I think the Ana play for Mihawk, that was it for me. That was your vote as well. He will get it, and I think it's well-deserved.
Yes, a surprise vote, actually. Going into the match saying, well, Mihawk on the Ana? That's a little weird.
Yeah, it was definitely him off-rolling, and he's been known to do that in the past, playing DPS in the old days, like you'd always mention.
The Widowmaker and some hit scans, plus some support, but not that much, to be honest.
He also is this team's Alari player, and they completely swapped it up today. I just showcasing again his flexibility, and all these highlights are just big nano plays, right? It's not his first-person view, but it's the target he chose and the value that he got. Awesome to see. Yeah. And it'll be his first POTM of the season.
Yeah, with Nico, tied for a lot more members, tied for 5th. Selected once for POTM. Hidden still up there with 8. And a tie for 3rd, KSG and Undersea. So KSG, I think, could have had it.
Yeah, no, for me, it was definitely between those two.
But I think Mihawk had extra surprise factor in that vote. I went for that vote, as you mentioned. And Insomnia didn't play today, but certainly will be playing tomorrow against NB. Yes, Namekuji Brothers.
Yes, that's right.
I was saying Nyam? No, that's not right. Yeah, NG.
Nyam Brothers?
Nyam Brothers, yes. NG and B, yeah, very close.
Namekuji Gaming?
Namekuji Gaming. Oh, Nyam Brothers. I will get those mixed up tomorrow. Good luck.
Namekuji Brothers?
We had that before, right? Both going against each other. No, we didn't. It's
Not
actually
yet.
The final game. Namekuji Brothers versus Nyam Gaming.
That's right.
That's me.
The grudge match. The rematch from last season. Can Nam get revenge? We will see.
Yeah, but overall, yeah, a quicker day than I thought. And I think a lot of the teams, as we go down to the last 2 days, which matters a lot more in standings, and some teams are already locked into the seeding matches, so some teams the importance of these matches slightly less, slightly more, depending on where your standing is. So I think depending on your matchup, there's some room for trials and maybe errors.
Sure.
You get some of the check marks that you got from Varrel. Mihawk certainly can play Ana. Qlab played Ilari, but was that the best comp? Of course, Mint, the Lucio dedicated player, basically wasn't in, so they were just stuck with that. And Ravati was the opponent, so maybe there's some output solution at the end of the result. They will have the feedback. Can we actually run this against a stronger team? Can we do this against a specific map against Insomnia? I think that's the answer that we're trying to get out of this matchup.
Because Ravati is only on 2 wins now and are now 2-4 with a -4, and Varrel gets their 4th win, this might have actually guaranteed them seeding tournament. We will get confirmation at the end when the standings come up, but I think that it may have, because there's only 2 other teams that can match them now, because Ravati can't because they don't have enough games left, and so they're guaranteed top 4. So I believe this will be Varrel picking up seeding tournament, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
so,
at least in the top 4 seeding tournament.
yeah,
right?
exactly. So like, we don't know where their placement's going to be before we go in the seeding tournament. It doesn't actually matter because that's what the seeding tournament is for, but it guarantees them a spot. I'm pretty sure. So like, don't quote me, but when we see the thing come up, we'll know.
Yeah, but it seems like we don't actually have the updated standings. I think we are done for the day. That was the call, Wolf.
Yeah, all right. Thanks for watching, guys.
Yeah, we'll have the updated standings tomorrow for sure when we have the numbers, but we're done for the night. Quick night for Japan. I'm G-Clef. Wolf, you're going to be back tomorrow with Seth. Kilios coming back tomorrow. So, guys, thanks for watching Japan. We'll be back tomorrow. Peace.